I see the difference that prison has put in him because I've been to prison.
Right.
So when I address him, it's real quick, it's real brief, not to overload him because I know right now he's at that phase to where I'm a man.
Right.
I'm this, I'm that. He's beating his chest because he felt like I didn't completed the streets when he was out before. They would always say, "Nigga, you ain't never been to the pen."
Right.
Now he been there, right? So it's a thin line between him acknowledging you giving him guidance versus him hearing you trying to tell me what to do. So that's the ex-con, right? I'm tapped into the uncle nephew side to where he like, nephew, don't go down that block. He don't hear I'm telling him what to do. He hear I'm trying to keep me safe and look out for him. You know what I'm saying?
Now, and I wanted to hear your view on this with Krishan, right? Wack has already been vocal saying that's not like his favorite person. From your perspective, and I think yesterday or 2 days ago she posted a couple. Yeah, she posted some wild. What did she say? She said something like I don't remember what she said.
The allegations is like he stumped her out.
I think she said he need to be back in jail or something like that.
That's why he said
What
that.
do you see now that you're in your family? What do you see with Krishan? Like, what's I want to say missing?
Final words. But before you answer that, the stomp you out thing, I'm gonna let you answer about Krishan. Krishan, when you look at her, you can tell that she's still young in the head, not highly educated. But see, what happens is it's kind, right? I'm tapped into the uncle nephew side to where he like, nephew, don't go down that block. He don't hear I'm telling him what to do. He hear I'm trying to keep me safe
And look out for him.
You know what I'm saying?
Now, and I wanted to hear your view on this with Krishan, right? Wack has already been vocal saying that's not like his favorite person. From your perspective, and I think yesterday or 2 days ago she
posted a couple of
Yeah,
she posted some wild stuff.
What did she say? She said something like I don't remember what she said.
The allegations like he stumped her out.
I think she said he need to be back in jail or something like that.
That's why he said
What do you see now that you're in your family? What do you see with Krishan? Like, I want to say missing?
Final words.
But before you answer that, the stomp you out thing, and I'm gonna let you answer about Krishan. Krishan, when you look at her, you can tell that she's still young in the head, not highly educated. But she's very manipulative and she understands the streets and situations, right? So let me ask you a question. She understands what parole conditions are. She understands these things, right? But see, what happens is on social media, you'll throw something out there and you won't even take the time to think about it. Let me ask you something. If you wanted to expose your man and he put hands on you, are you gonna go live and show that physically now? Or are you gonna just put up some pictures?
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and combined history of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time.
There's a lot of fraud going on. It's not real great. So now,
Set 21,000 years in the future, Eve takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe featuring densely populated havens of relative safety governed by 4 empires. Hostile systems where player alliances make the rules. Even regions of anomalous
that you may have been having your phone that came from God knows what. You want people to know this is right now. So ask yourself, Krishana always goes live. Did she go live and show these bruises, or did she put up some photos? Okay, now let me ask you another question. Yeah, she just put it up. How many fights have we seen her have? Multiple.
yeah.
Can you imagine the number of fights we haven't seen? Right? So it's no doubt in my mind that those bruises are from your body. But I very seriously doubt that they're from right now and that they're from him. Because if it was right now for him, you would have went live. See what he just did? We see the time, the date, so she knows how to play the media, and then she leads with he needs to be back in jail. Right. Why? Because what he did was played on her intelligence. He's watching his mother say, "You can't come around." Nah, 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 nah. The first 4 hours out, he lets her come around. So Krishan is thinking, "Oh yeah, I'm all the way back in. He's violating his mother. His mother know what time it is. She know what's going on. His significant other knows what's going on. She comes over there. Baby, I come with offering and gift." Oh, okay, that's cool. In the back of his head, he just was sucking toes, talking about his blood, right? On social media, right? So now he like, well, now I'm out, I can control my own social media. Yeah, okay. Kept the camera on him. We on DDG's Twitch account, which is huge. Right. Then everybody's watching her. You a blue nose or a red nose? I'm a red nose. I'm a blue nose, cuz. Everybody watching her kiss this man all over his body, right? Right? Everybody's watching all of these things, right? And then we wake up to, you had to kick this homeless bitch out. You gone, boom, boom, boom. It was nice knowing you. Boom, boom, boom. What you brought me is what you owed me anyway, because it's what you took. So now she goes into play. Oh, he played me. Right. Yeah.
So now I gotta play.
So now I gotta get some get back. Right. Right. So we understand it. He understands it. But the people yeah. So now what she done? Well, I'm going back over here. Well, see, that don't make him mad.
Right.
A man that long accepted what you are and who you are. You get what I'm saying? Once you know that, bro. Once we have once we look over there and say, she ain't shit. That's it. She ain't shit. People the streets. Those 3 words. You wrote. Yeah, she ain't shit. Oh, he ain't shit. You need it for a couple weeks. Right. And then I was taught by my queen. You guys mentally disconnect and check out. Yeah. Way before the date y'all leave.
Yeah.
Y'all can sit there, y'all walk in there, y'all make love, y'all do all that. But y'all mentally be gone. The same way with us. He been mentally. You think he's sitting in the prison cell and hearing this and seeing this, and you think he really gonna come home? He know what we gonna say. We gonna say what we. Oh, he's a sucker. If you do.
Sure.
He knows that because he would say the same thing about somebody else. So, it is a circus, and she met Krishan, and her first time with Krishan, she seemed to like it.
I did. Yes, I did. To me, she was really, really sweet. And it was almost like a little girl.
because that's all I can see. And I have like this auntie thing where I feel like I need to pour into people. I can see the hurt under everything that she tries to mask and
Yeah.
pretend to be healed or pretend to be what it is. So for me, it's kind of like, damn, she just needs love. I feel like her mom felt her.
Especially when you look at her family.
Yeah, I feel like they felt her. Her big sisters, all that.
Played out with the dad and everything.
She's in her 20s or something.
Yeah,
She's in her 20s.
25, 20.
Yeah.
There's something I want to know.
Yeah.
There's something I want to know, right? I was watching the Cam Newton show. He had Hitmaker on there, and they were talking about like who's messed with who in a relationship.
Hitmaker, you talking about Young Bird.
Young Bird.
No disrespect, you know that we go way back. Sexy Cat Eye, that was my first.
That's my that's my first one too.
That was my first
In the
one.
business.
That's the Bird. Bird too, yeah.
Is it important in a relationship? Let me start with you. To know who he's dealt with in the past, with him being a celebrity.
If it's around me,
So if it's
absolutely.
somebody that's going to be around, you need
Yeah,
to know.
I need to know.
What about you?
Absolutely.
I
You need to know what men she's still
I
with.
need to know for other reasons. Could I speak freely?
That mean no.
I already know what he about to say.
I need to know for other reasons. Y'all play sports?
Yes.
Okay. When you hit the football team, right, high school, you look up and you see the stats. You know, it says, Derek Johnson holds the record and, the most consecutive 100-yard games and
I'm
touchdowns.
gonna tell you right now. I seen the interview.
I need to know.
What's the secret to peak health? Go micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s. Wow.
Micro? I can do micro.
Get started at Noom.com.
Pluto TV is your home for premium Black entertainment. You bring it on. Check out the Black Collective and stream 19 live channels of your favorite Black entertainment. All streaming free. Period. Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Because for one, I want my woman to know that she can be open and truthful with me. So I need to know, okay, so what's up with dude? Well, okay, so how long was you with him? Okay, well, what kept you with him? All right, so what are some of the things he used to do to you to drive you crazy? Right? So the first mission I was on was the stroke mission. The stroke. This is a fact. My mission was to outstroke every man combined. I've been with it.
And
And I was on a mission. Listen, I paid everything up, shut down.
Yeah.
10, 12 times down me them smoke oysters. I'm keeping everything going on. 10, 12 times a day. I'm knocking it down. I was on the stroke mission. And then finally she tapped out. She said, you didn't beat everybody. I don't want everybody, So it's kind of like, I want to know because
oh my God.
Competitive. That's what you get territorial.
I use it as a fuel and a motivation. You know what I'm saying? And like, she has a baby father, right?
Okay.
So, when I meet him, I'm kind of me. I'm like, what's up? How you doing? That dude kind of tall, right? Yeah. I said, yeah, you got me beating in height, but you ain't got me beating in strength.
It's strong. What this nigga say when you said that? He responded to that.
Nothing.
He just,
Word. Yo, Wack, he was funny as shit. Yo, Wack, you told him that?
that's a fact.
Oh my God. You hear that?
And then I,
What were you looking at?
Oh my God. I just,
our sons,
we were at a birthday party.
biological son,
Right.
birthday party, right? So we showed up. So, and I told him, after I told him, he's like, yo, where's Noel? I said, oh, my son over there on the trampoline.
Your son? That's what you were talking about, his son.
Yeah, he's
Well, here's the thing.
and he didn't say, you made me talk. He said,
I just got
And all daddies have fathers.
For sure.
Some children have one father and two daddies. Some children have one father and a daddy. Some children have a daddy and no father.
Right.
Biologically, I'm not the father. But when it comes to being a daddy, that's my position with him, right?
Respect.
So, but I think with him, he respects the fact because he can hear when he's speaking to his son that, okay, dude is there for the betterment
Yeah,
of
good
our
man.
son. But I let him know this nigga like six, how tall is this nigga? Nigga like 6'3". I told him that to let him know. But see, you gotta remember, if you 6'3" looking down at 5'8", right? You telling yourself, oh nigga, you a little short nigga. So I met him. I said,
He called him short. He didn't even say he was tall. He called him short when he met him.
yeah, he said, you
That's
short.
hilarious.
I said, I got you, but I didn't outstroke.
He said that. Stroke was crazy.
Yeah. He said,
I outstroke you. Yeah. Now listen, here's another thing that I tease him at. Whoever she's ever dealt with, they ain't never had this version.
Yeah, that's fire. I like that
Never
one.
had
That's fire.
this version. None of them ever looked at her, right? Brother, I'm figuring y'all might be in the classic cars, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see a stock 59 convertible Impala, everything on it.
Dream.
Great. This is a beauty. But you know, there's some things you can do to it.
Right.
To enhance it.
Enhance it. Right.
It's beautiful as it sits.
Yeah.
Very attractive. None of them had the mind or the vision to enhance. Why? Because they knew they had something that they wasn't even supposed to have. So they were content.
Keep it.
They were content with this version. And I rolled the dice. That was one of the scariest times when I asked her to, can I speak freely? And she said, yeah. I made her strip. And I said, I want to do this, that, and other. And I told her, you can just feel the I said, I want to perfect your perfect.
oh my goodness.
Now, you got to be careful how you deliver this shit. You know that?
Yeah.
Because I told her, I want to perfect your perfect. Mean, you're perfect. You're perfect enough that I'm crazy about you. But it's a few things that I see that I want to do.
Hey, Brent. Oh, hey, what's up? Is this your smart?
Right? And we were young into our relationship. So I said, first thing is, I want to brighten your smile. Right? She had a little gap and a slight overbite, which was cute as fuck. But I saw another vision. So instead of me going down there and she getting braces and then I'm paying every month, I said, I'm going to pay it all up front. So you don't have to worry about what if you get mad and leave me. Now I'm stuck with a bill. Right? So within that, it took about
Look at her. She's like,
7 months
yeah.
until she said, baby, I'm starting to look a little different.
Yeah.
Then when she went out, people was like,
Notice the smile.
because it changed, it shifted everything, right? And then from there, she already had these pretty breasts, but they weren't my breasts. They were my breasts. But I didn't say part of them breasts. So I'm like, we're going to go down there.
Can I speak freely?
We're going to go down there. So we tripped her off. She went down there. So put the doctor on the phone. So I'm talking to the doctor. I'm like, listen, I need you to do a blood count today. Let me know what her hemoglobin is. Do a blood count the day of.
Listen, it was so bad that before they closed me up, they went and got him. And I'm just like, this is not my body anymore. They were scared to talk to me by myself.
Right? Yeah. They said it'll be 4 or 5 hours. We'll call you. I said, oh, you ain't got to call me. I ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna be right here. What about when you get hungry? Uber Eats. I'm gonna be right here. So sure enough, they called me in there about 3.5 hours in, right? And she was on the table while she was out of it, right? So they like, what you think? I'm looking at the time. She was about 680s, 690. He wakes up. Within that, it took about
Look at her. She's like,
it took about 6-7 months
Yeah.
until she said, "Baby, I'm starting to look a little different."
Yeah.
Then when she went out, people was like,
Notice the smile.
because it changed, it shifted everything, right? And then from there, she already had these pretty breasts, but they weren't my breasts. They were my breasts, but I didn't say a part of them breasts. So I'm like, we're gonna go down there.
Can I speak freely?
We're gonna go down there. So we tripped her off. She went down there. I said, put the doctor on the phone. So I'm talking to the doctor. I'm like, listen, I need you to do a blood count today. Let me know what her hemoglobin is. Do a blood count the day of.
God
This,
dang.
that,
Listen,
this,
it was so bad that before they closed me up, they went and got him. And I'm just like, this is not my body anymore. The doctor, they were scared to talk to me by myself.
So when I took her up there, right?
Yeah.
He said it'll be 4 or 5 hours. We'll call you. I said, oh, you ain't gotta call me. I ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna be right here. What about when you get hungry? Uber Eats. I'm gonna be right here. So sure enough, they called me in there about 3.5 hours in, right? And she was on the table while she was out of it, right? Saying like, what you think? I'm looking. At the time, she was about 680s, 690s, right? I'm looking, stood to the side of her. I said, nah, give me a little more. They took it. They took it like 747. Said a little more. Stop right there. So she ended up at like 780. I said, that's where she's at right there, right? So by the time she wakes up, I'm there. And she wasn't prepared for this because this is our first time going through this. So I take her home, go grocery shopping, get her everything, and she's out of it. I don't know how long into it did she realize, because I'm waking her up, giving her a medication, feeding her, and she like, what are you doing on your phone? So I showed her my phone. I'm keeping track of what time I gave her medication, what she ate, what I fed her, just in case there's any complications.
Right.
I got record of what's going on, right? Wake her up, time for a bath. What you mean? Baby, you can't get in there by yourself. So I never left her side. Until she was up and could do for herself, I never left her side, right? So, you know, at the end of the day, it's like a nah. You ain't kissed this smile. You ain't played with these titties. And guess what? I put some weight on her. You ain't had this figure. So, you know what I'm saying? If I sell you one of my whips today that's clean, you gonna take it and you gonna customize it to make it yours. A lot of men get these women, and this is what she put into herself, or what somebody else put into him. Because guess what? You're speaking hypothetically. You separate, she goes her way. Dude say, hey, how you doing? You good looking. Oh, thank you. Oh, I like your smile. What just happened? What did you just trigger?
Think about you.
I'm setting my limit.
That's the ego.
I'm setting my limit.
She's gonna be like, appreciate it.
I'm setting my limit.
She's gonna think about it.
Right.
She's gonna appreciate it.
Evil genius.
And that's how it is.
Rapid fire. We're gonna bounce back and forth. I'm gonna say a name, you pick one. Okay? We're gonna start here. Chris Brown, Usher.
Usher.
Michael Jackson, Prince.
Michael Jackson.
Marvin Gaye, Al Green.
Marvin Gaye.
Juice, Menace to Society.
Mr. Society.
I knew it.
Nipsey, Tupac.
Tupac. Ooh, my stomach.
Snoop or Cube?
Q. I knew it.
Gates or LL? Kevin Gates, LL Cool J.
I'ma go.
Can I speak freely?
Gates.
Game or Kendrick? Gates or LL? I said to say that.
It's time to ask.
Gosh,
No one is exposing, revealing, indicting, or telling you anything about themselves. Also, we do not encourage you to try this at home. We're trained professionals. Do not have your best interest at heart. Enjoy the show. Start the show.
Hey, Parks.
Hey, Fauna, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm wonderful.
It's always nice to see you. Parks.
Likewise. You look great.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. What's your tweets is cool? Yeah, I think so. Sure.
They tried to get you this morning.
They did?
Yeah,
Did they?
they tried. They tried.
For real?
Yeah, it didn't work. It didn't work. It didn't take.
They can't get us.
But I got your back.
I'll take it. Ran right on the stand. Get him. Girl talking about. What's up? What's poppin'? What's poppin'? What up? What up in here? Yeah, wake it up. All right, Mona, I see you now. You're looking good.
He's be talking shit about my outfits.
I see those comments.
And I'm talking about you.
You were.
Oh, me. You are decent. No, that one Angelina Jolie outfit. That was the one that the Angelina Jolie.
I think I look cute that day.
The one where she was going to monk wrestling or some shit.
The Bernie.
What? I don't know what you.
Very rich.
Oh, that was last week, right?
Yeah. He ain't like the cargo short with the boot with the knee out.
The fans didn't. Don't keep saying me. The
I didn't
fans.
read that shit. That comment section got a little scary, and I don't go in it no more. I find this is my guy here, Ice. I got to pop out that joint.
That's good. That's smart.
After my 10th death threat, I was like, I'm done with this.
Yeah, no, that's smart.
You feel me? After my 10th inbox, beat me in Patterson. Let it go.
Shut up, Patterson.
That shit, I mean, it's like everybody handle it different. I be wanting to fight. I ain't gonna lie. Like, people go too far with the shit they say.
Yeah. That's what I'm hearing. People want to punch the screen writer.
Yeah, I'm gonna meet up at a Target and punch you, Sally, you.
Or Gap.
Or a Gap.
Hey.
You gotta go in first. I like Gap. I don't know if you're being funny, but I like Gap.
I'm not being funny.
Do you wear Gap?
No.
You wouldn't wear Gap?
You just changed the question. I didn't say I wouldn't wear Gap. Same answer though. I don't. Right. Same answer. Stop, because I don't like wearing your favorite like that. I would wear it. You make your faces. I don't wear it. I go in Baby Gap.
I have a ball.
I buy my son Gap. No, we talk about I still don't ever see that on him. Oh,
We can't fit
that's
Baby
another
Gap.
conversation. Gap is the Gap I give my kid is like Chrome Hearts compared to this mother. This mother. I feel like he's trying to out cheat me.
Out what?
Like out cheat me. Like I found the deal. I got the deal. 100 hoodies for whatever. Here you come with some. What's that? Some muchacho. Silk shirt in the
Culture.
winter time. Like oh shit.
That's that boy's culture. Or did you ever play the game where you drop the baby off back with the sheet cinnamon? Because you don't ever see the hot
The
shit.
game.
Yeah.
That's it.
I've never participated in that.
Oh no, I watched the outfit. She come in and day one, it's folded and ready. Oh, you watch it? I said it back dirtier. Spaghetti sauce.
Bro, I want my child to look cute all the time. I don't give a so I'm sending I want my child in there, you know?
No, that's peace.
Yeah.
You going back endless. I buy underwear, socks,
What's everything. The reason behind
I want to see on my child. So it don't matter if I keep sending you back and if you don't never come back in the shit.
That's the problem. They don't return in it.
Yeah. And the fit look different when I put it together.
That's what all dads say.
I think there's a little bit of truth to that.
I
The
feel
way
like
dad's dressed the kid and how mom dressed the kid is gonna be.
I think it's a boy thing though. I think dads dress the boys nice.
Yeah.
I think dads like
She be having my daughter fly.
yeah. That's what I think it's
Well, maybe that's true with girls. Yes, girls.
Also, y'all, it's way easier to find baby girl stuff than boy. You know what I mean? It's cheaper, it's easier. Boy, you gotta do a little more effort in. Put a little more effort in. He's I don't know. All of the children, you know.
Yeah, they wear uniforms. Hey, you the main one.
Oh, they wear uniforms?
They wear uniforms.
Oh, okay.
So it's just
They get money, them children in private school.
Yeah.
They love them kids.
No. Your kids in private school? Yeah.
Yeah,
You get money.
Be all surprised.
Yeah.
Adobe Acrobat Studio is all new. What do PDF spaces with AI do to a sales invoice good enough to eat? Adobe Express brings the heat. Make it custom so it's something you own. Set an AI assistant that sets the tone. Now we're talking. It's time to share. Every page, every doc, everything's right there. PDF space helps them summarize. Now you're ready.
These are short.
Boy.
Well, Ice doing well.
We were talking about
my kids stay in the Boys and Girls Club till 8 o'clock at night.
What?
Come up sometimes. Scary as hell. Trying to build okay. They ain't getting on no people jelly.
You ate spaghetti.
You eat spaghetti for a month. No, like black people hate spaghetti because of that. Like our moms tortured us with spaghetti.
Yeah, I hate spaghetti.
Y'all never was tired of spaghetti?
Hell no. I'm spaghetti right now. I'm tired of spaghetti. Never. You can't.
So y'all they make y'all eat spaghetti every day for a week then?
Definitely. Oh no, we ate it. Oh, then y'all was rich.
Yeah.
But I ain't never tired of it either. It was the same. It was the same pot. Yo, what spaghetti? What spaghetti though?
Huh?
Just the noodles with the sauce.
You me?
No meat.
So come on, bro. I look like Italian. I don't call it gravy, baby. I put sugar, ground beef, and green pepper, onion. And
you wasn't broke then.
Stop.
We still ain't get that food you promised. You wasn't broke. Got a point. Got a point.
Listen, first of all, happy birthday, Sade.
That's true. Most important. Good save. That's a good save. That was good. That was good. That was good. She had that to talk to. Yeah, she did. This girl was good. Yeah, she's good.
Listen, I ain't new to this.
Used to this and true to this? I see you with your young man on.
Thank you. You want to pet it?
Yeah. I'm good. Touch it. It's a fox, right? It's a fox, right?
Nah, it's a fox. Shout out to my girl.
All right. Well, we do have to start.
Do we?
Little Rottweiler. We do have to start. Oh, shit. That was him. That wasn't me. That wasn't me.
It's all in good fun, guys.
Why would I stay at a friend's house for any reason? I don't stay at people's houses if they invite me on vacation. Why would you stay at a friend's house if you can afford a hotel? Why would you put yourself through that? Just being up at night wondering, like, can I use this towel? Why would you do that?
Got a point.
And then you wake up and they're all downstairs. We made breakfast. You want a pancake? I'm like, no, I don't want a pancake. I want a hotel. Is there a hotel? I don't want to be rude, but I just need my space. And I jerked off in that towel upstairs.
Keep this applause going for the best crew in the universe. Let me get these shots out the way. Y'all know what the fuck time it is. Y'all know who we be. Y'all know what we're here to do. It's been over the decades. Stop playing with niggas. Always for the ladies. Always for the ladies.
Who's that?
That's and Mona. Big Mona. check. What episode is this? 878. 878 was sure? Yep. Welcome to episode 878 of the Joe Budden Podcast, brought to you by, fueled by, powered by Prize Picks Gang. Yeah. I'm humble, gracious, grateful, really happy to be here. Host here with the best crew in the world. To my right, Big Mona, Philly in the building. You know the vibes. How you doing, Mona?
I'm great.
Good. Happy to have you. Next to her, our good brother, Dr. Dark Lamar Hill in the building. Did you sleep? You up? Yeah, got a little upset stomach, but other than that,
Tummy hurt.
all right. Upset. I use like 4 public bathrooms a bit. Oh, well, yeah. I don't want to hear about that kind of upset stomach. I tell you, man. You thought the need to tell niggas that why? Because that's how I was doing.
Do you
ain't saying how your guts look. How your guts look. That's how you doing. 4 public bathrooms. I looked into. I went to 4 to like find a good that one that was acceptable.
Cat.
No, I didn't.
Shit in 4 of them.
No.
That's how you presented it.
I'm willing to. It wasn't that serious. Hey, your shit wasn't that serious. Well, it got that serious. I ended up having to go into a nursing home.
Huh? This is getting crazy.
Yeah, and
That's illegal.
No, it should be. I went in there. Shout out to.
I'm so confused.
Yo, my shout out to. You got a card. I really got the card. Yeah, because I told him I was going to take my mother to the nursing home. Margaret is in here. Wait. All right, y'all have to let him talk. Yeah. Well, because I got to this last bathroom because I went to the 7-Eleven and I was like, this is just, I'm not sitting on this. I can't do this. Well, that shit wasn't that bad. Yeah, no, there was like crack on the floor. It was like crazy. So then I finally, even better. I was driving, I was trying to make it home. Then the beat was about to drop. So I was like, let's go. Yeah. Let me go to somewhere. And then I drove past Sunrise Senior Living and I walked in and they were looking at me like I was a crack addict. I think at this point I was sweating and I was, I dressed like somebody was homeless sometimes. And I walked in and they were looking at me crazy and I said, I'm just trying to take my mother into a nursing home. So they gave me a little speech. They talked to me, walked me around a little bit. Thank you. It's not that bad. I had to shoot that bad. And then I had to admit that. I'm sorry, can I use your bathroom? And I stayed in there for like 20 minutes. Yeah, it still wasn't that bad. Mark, you did all of that to use a public restroom to take a shit? I was still 25 minutes from my house, and I was about 35 minutes from here.
I have a question. You give me raw ass on seat. Do you line it? Is that too much? We talking about shit.
No, it's the right question.
You give me raw ass on seat.
Well, because when she first heard it, I heard that different, and I was
You give me your raw ass on the seat.
I would never. Okay. I'm a squatter.
Okay, then what the poop?
Well, I learned my lesson from that.
You got good knees.
Yeah. So
squatting while shitting is impressive.
But in the senior living home, like you find homes that are empty and you try to get there. No, because sometimes they don't have the paper. Yeah, just use toilet paper. Doctor it up. I was afraid you meant that. You know the kind. Just sometimes the paper kind, we got to take one sheet at a time. That's true. So I just squat. But today, awesome. They had nice. There was a nursing home, so they were super clean, nice. Again, shout out to Sunrise. So you put bare ass on the nursing home seat. No. They had liners. Oh, they had liners, and I'll call them tomorrow and tell them I'm not really bringing my mother in on Sunday.
Squatting requires a shower after.
Whoa.
From the doo-doo splash.
Oh yeah, it's true. But yeah, so but I'm better now. All right. Ish is also here. Ish is also here with us. How was your morning? Good day, sir. Stomach. My shit was cool. Yes, we got our good brother Freeze is here. I was gonna change the whole flow of how we intro these things. That was crazy. It's a weird ad just now. Yeah, really. And he named the place. Big Parks is here. Poe is here. Corey's here. My dad is here. Erickson is here. Tanner and Savon are here by remote last, but certainly not least. Each and every one of you guys are here, as Mona's already stated. Happy birthday to my baby. I love you. How's everybody's week? How was your night? I know you was outside. You had to be. Yeah.
That's what I want to hear about.
That is a good question.
I thought you was going to limp in here because you got those special dick on the birthday. You hear me?
So you can't walk straight?
He's supposed to be limping. He an older guy. You know what I mean? He was a bust ass last night. You hear me? No excuses on my birthday, nigga. No excuses on my birthday. I don't want to hear none of that shit. None of that.
I'm scared.
It's my birthday. Parks, it's 12 a.m. Let's get it. Happy birthday. Yeah, let's hear about it. Is that for the Patreon?
No, we here. Exclusive. We went to dinner. Oh, we went to dinner, man. We had a good day. You look happy. We had a good time. Yeah. No.
Freaky time.
How many more days do you have planned? Or does she have planned more? Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be her birthday too. Christmas.
My girl is numbering the gifts. Oh, I'm enjoying it.
It's gonna be her birthday till December. And all that shit you named is coming. Just gotta start the car and go back in the house for a little bit. Let it warm up a little bit.
You did good with the gifts
Oh, I supposed to get.
so far.
Giving is my love language.
Is it?
I don't know.
Damn.
I don't. I don't anything else.
Every bitch in the world was like that one.
I said that once I started tricking.
No, you did really good, though. They were nice.
Yeah. More on the way, you heard?
Yeah, G
There you
number.
go.
That's how I know.
Talk about that part, you heard?
Listen,
More on the way.
the gifts are numbered, and they're not even like, because you know, us poor people will like work it up. So it's like the gift card first, then the big boom is the last one. This bitch started out with big booms.
Oh, well, it might not be. It might be a bigger boom.
It is. That's what I'm saying. Like her intro was like smelly. You know what I mean?
How many days of gifts do you do? Or stuff, or big things? 365. 365 days. Fair enough. Yeah. Because you know what she get off that I'm not able to get off? And this is the only shit that I'll talk. Because she thinks that I come on my podcast and just talk shit. We do a little bit. Yeah, let's grab a little bit. She do the, just because spoiled, give her a great gift. She cried, oh, baby, you're the best. Love you so much. Then in the morning, she'll like just walk by and say, yeah, I did think, I did think that such and such was going to be part of it. Oh, wow. Yeah, she one of those. I ain't mad because I did it too. Whatever the fuck she gave me for my birthday, I was like, all right, it's cool, but where's jellyfishes? And I've been talking about jellyfishes for the last 8 months. You've been paying attention?
Do
So,
y'all do like she makes a list, or do you pick everything out? Like, how do y'all do it?
a list of what?
What she wants for her birthday?
No, she like, it can't be a list. You go, you're one of them. There's no list. But she had a great day. That's what's up. It was just tough. It was tough. I ain't gonna sit here and act like Tough Tony. It was tough giving her my undivided and full attention and keeping Rory's name in my search bar. I can't. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Don't you hate when the drama land right when you're doing some shit you gotta do? Oh yeah. Oh my God. I ended class early yesterday. I was like, I'm sorry, I got something to do. I was right in them spaces listening. But where do y'all want to start?
There.
Is that where you want to start, Mona?
Mhm.
Okay.
I don't know what y'all talking about right now.
Oh. Take it away. Brother Duke. A couple of days ago now, there was a little bit of a hullabaloo on social media. I'm trying to do this gently, carefully. It's actually started in a really interesting place, which was they were having a debate. Rory and his co-hosts were having a debate about, or having a conversation about GNX versus the Clips winning what will win the Grammy. And Rory had said that he was rooting for the Clips to win the Grammy. See, I love when somebody say something that I said too, but they get all the. Oh my God! I was like, oh shit, that's what they doing, though. What I feel about? Because I feel the same way. I think I don't know how I thought about it, but Roy felt that way about it, and the fans, the Kendrick fans, went hard. They started tweeting and trolling. They'll come up to me this week too for some stuff that they do that. If you say one thing, they take it as like an act of violence.
Kendrick has a hive, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. And if you say anything about Drake, it seems like anti-Kendrick, and Kendrick is anti-Drake. All that kind of shit. But all the fans are crazy these days to me. So anyway, so then they started digging into old tweets as part of their full-on assault against our brother Rory. And they went in the old tweets, and they found tweets that were problematic to people. You trying, bro? I'm giving it to you. And so,
but what kind of problematic? Homophobic, transphobic, racist?
They were interpreted as racist.
What?
Yeah. Now, to be clear, to be. What's funny is you're not even being funny. Like people think you're doing it. People think we set this up, but we really didn't. Like
I didn't know.
Yeah. So basically, and I don't want to rehash all the tweets, but some of them were like
They were like 15 years ago. That's first thing. Second, some of them were RTs, right? So back in the day on old school Twitter, there was no retweet, but you typed RT and then wrote what the other person said. So sometimes people were interpreting him as saying something that he actually didn't say. He was retweeting somebody else. A couple of times he tweeted a rap lyric. You know, your chick is looking at my rim. You know, the lyric that they thought he was saying. So Mark, you're doing like a word salad right now. So there was a whole. She asked me what the tweet said. So there was a bunch of tweets. Some of them were offensive to celebrities. Some were seen as anti-black women, etc. That's what happened. And then the other piece of it was he defended himself. He went on Spaces to explain his position and had a long, very long 4.5 hour and put on an absolute masterclass in how you should not defend yourself. Yeah,
4.5 hours is way too long.
an absolute boy. That was you saying how you should not. Should not. Yeah.
It is a way to do that. It really is. It's a science to it. And apologizing. People don't know how to do it though.
So I think that what he did right. And so then, the fourth step was finally he went on his show and offered an apology, particularly for the dismissiveness with which he had dealt with the opening part of that conversation. In the spaces, dismissive, smug, condescending, arrogant, and snarky.
What?
His position was anybody that knows me knows that I don't hate black people. I'm not a racist. Yada yada yada. People were trying to tell him we all don't know you.
Right,
And
right.
this is how these tweets come off. A lot of the tweets were a lot worse than the looking at my rim rap lyric part.
I want to know. The worst.
I wouldn't read them.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable. I wouldn't even read them. But they were pretty bad. So I think people were just trying to hold him accountable and get him to at least acknowledge that in them resurfacing, there are people that weren't around back then that are hurt, that feel a way, that listen to you, that follow you, that look up to you, yada, yada, yada. All of the bells
Even
and
the
whistles.
people that do know you, they still be hurt about it. Even if they like people get hurt by stuff like that, especially when they support you.
But I think some people gave him grace because they know him. Like, I know he's not racist, so I'm going to look at the tweet differently than somebody
Like, I
who
can't
doesn't.
know a white boy enough that he can't say nigger. I don't care.
And he didn't.
No,
And
I'm
he
just
didn't.
saying. I used to
Yeah,
say
yeah, I just
I
want to be
can't
clear.
know a white person enough that they could do racist shit, but whatever.
Yeah, I thought some of the more tweets I saw, the more I was like, yeah, that's even if I'm being generous, that's too much, right? And I think that he will likely address that. It got big. The story got bigger than I thought it would be when I saw it on TMZ. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. When I saw it on TMZ, I was like, ooh. And CMZ, a lot. It grew legs. Yeah, it grew legs rather quickly. Yeah, it did. Yeah, and mentioning Beyonce doesn't ever stop things from growing legs. Yeah. So that's its own.
Style starts with the details. The difference between mid and next level, a real gold chain that hits, lifetime guarantee, over 36,000 5-star reviews, and a free chain with every new order.
You mentioned Beyonce.
Yeah, the Beyonce tweet. Yeah, First get the shit off. Yeah, First get the shit off. Yeah, 2011 was a different time.
Y'all agree that Twitter was like a whole nother place back then?
It was. I wasn't doing it. That just doesn't excuse anything. Yeah. No, it was. I was there for it. I participated. It just doesn't excuse anything. If the tweets ever come up, which number one, I'm confused how people that have some stuff going on are not doing a forensic cleanse on across their social media.
And deleted everything.
Well, you know, some people use there's devices and tools you can use to find stuff even after delete it.
Yeah. But that's different. I feel like you making an effort to delete it that changes the narrative.
But I'm just wondering if I don't even know if this stuff is still any step you can implement to make those tweets harder to come across. Sure. For the casual, you should take those. You should take those steps. I was wondering if he deleted his and they found him anyway. That's all I'm wondering. I don't know. No. Oh no, they just sitting there. I don't think so. Okay, got you. I haven't asked him that. But got you. Yeah. In 2011. Woof. Them tweets were so bad they started kicking my back in. Hey, them tweets were so bad. This motherfucker Joe Budden. I didn't know this nigga in 2011. I had no idea who he was in 2011. But do I think Rory's racist? No, of course not. No. Yeah. Do I think that
I told you.
there must always there's just law to how white people
have to listen to black people in black spaces. I feel.
Period.
Yeah, like if you hurt someone with your words, and when the words are of a certain context, yeah, I don't think it's your right to be smug in that instance. And I think he acknowledged that. I think he acknowledged that.
He did. He did. I think when it first happened, because there was a couple moving parts. One was some of the things they said he did was like a fake tweet that somebody had made, so he was responding to that. The other thing was, I think he thought he was in a room full of weirdo Kendrick stans who were just attacking him and being unreasonable. And then, to your point, the people who came in, the room was filled with crazy people, sane people, people who didn't know what was going on. So it was like the Kendrick person was a person like you who was like, yo, what the fuck just happened? I don't know. Then those people who were just hurt and wanted to answer. And I think, some of y'all don't know how spaces works. It might be there wasn't equal representation on the stage at first. So I think part of it was he was responding to a certain kind of person, and I think that contributed to the dismissiveness. It still was dismissive, but I think that contributed to it. And then as it got bigger, sometimes you get in a situation you dig your heels in, and you just double down on the shit you're already doing. And I think that's what happened, and it just got worse. But you absolutely should not defend yourself in that way, especially when you got a platform. I want him to just step out the room and think about it, and then
That's the thing, the platform part, and this is the thing with when you that happened to me years ago, and they was like ripping me apart at first. So sometimes you responded to the insult you got, like you walking in that room, but you still remember somebody calling you a small head bitch.
that's
So
what I'm
you
saying.
coming at people because they talking about your sneaks and your head size and all that. But in actuality, in my opinion, Rory is somebody that's usually in black spaces since he started, right? It's like he's in black stuff, correct? So if you're white and you benefit off of shit like that, you have to be super vigilant about what you say and do. That's my personal opinion, especially if you're making money off the niggas. I shouldn't be able to find you saying no crazy shit that I would be offended about, period. Me, I got 8,000 followers and went backwards and deleted stuff. Like it's a thought process. You get to a point where you take that extra effort. Also, I think the average person doesn't know how to apologize, and I get that. When you have a platform, I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to figure it out. I literally Google how to apologize because there's really ways not to do it. Like a lot of people fuck up when they apologize because they'll say something that sounds like an excuse or close to it. You just focus on yourself. You just be accountable for what you did and you apologize. You don't bring up nothing else in the story. And most people don't know how to do that.
Spaces was also just not the place to do it.
Yeah, agreed.
Especially when I think someone said there was a 4 hours worth of spaces because he may have said the right thing at some point. It was more than that.
Yeah.
It was more than that.
Yeah, then it was an
The 4 hour space might have been there after.
It was. Then there was the other one with the homeboy. There was another one. It was several of them.
Especially when you have a platform like he has, like you could just do it right there. And you would be buying yourself time to think. That too. Buy yourself time to think about how you would like to respond. The stuff don't look good. It don't look good.
Right.
So, and a lot of people love you. So how do I want to address this? Right? Like responding immediately on space was, like I said, was an absolute masterclass in how you should not deal with something. I'm not going to keep his back, and I think he acknowledged that. No, I do not believe Rory to be a racist. I think a lot of people was getting shit off back then. That was the whole point of the fake retweet game. And I ain't gonna sit there and lie. It was fun. The fake retweet game used to be fun. Used to be. I'm talking about 08. I'm now 08, 09, 2010, around that era. And that's what I'm saying. 15 years is a long time.
Yeah. And this a lot of
people that pop up now see these things. You say, "Oh, it was wild back then." No, that's not how it works.
Curious, 15 years ago, he's around what age?
He was youngest.
He's 35 now.
Yeah.
So he was like 19, 20, 21.
I always thought it was stupid when they find people teenage tweets. I think that's kind of ridiculous when they're a kid. Also, I think as a white person that has black friends and black culture, it's probably really frustrating to be called a racist. But I think that you should. I think every white person should have a certain amount of guilt.
Names going micro. Micro habits, micro wins, microdose GLP ones.
I'm stuck. My weight won't budge.
Been there, but Noom can help.
Bye plateau.
I'm fine with that, the guilt. I'm also want accountability from white people in general. I'm not talking about Rory now. I'm just talking about white people in general.
You a tan panther.
It always be them ones.
Yeah.
Down with Whitey.
No,
They said all my emojis is dark skinned. I had to redo them.
It's true.
They look like your emojis is dark skinned.
You were saying, Mark? Yeah, it's about accountability and, like you said earlier, awareness of who you are in a space. And I think every interaction I've had with Roy and everybody I know who's been around him says that he does have that. So the tweets were surprising to me. I don't think that's who he is. You know what I mean? I'm not going to cape and say, you all got it wrong. I think people have a right to be hurt. I think definitely people have a right to be hurt. People have a right to want accountability, want answers, to want an apology. I think all that's true. You save yourself a lot of trouble with a quick apology. Get right to it. Yeah. Yo, I'm sorry. I know how this looks. I was a dick. I don't. That doesn't represent my views and my. Now I'm saying that, but at the same time, Rory was getting his back kicked in. Kayla Nicole was getting her back kicked in for apologizing. Right. I didn't see that.
There's a way to do it, though.
I tell you something. We should find that apology. We should, since we're in the apology segment of the show, and trust me, I'm not going to hold y'all hostage with this apology shit too much longer. But I just think it's interesting that two different approaches. Yo, dog. My belief is if you on the internet looking for a response, they gonna kick you back in. Regardless, they gonna kick you back in. It don't really matter what you do.
I think it's the worst place to go to.
Me too.
To Parks' point, you have a platform. You can sincerely address your apology on your platform without the Q&A part. You know what I mean? Because somebody, like Timona said, somebody will be like, man, fuck you, you white bastard. And then now you immediately get tilted.
That's literally what happened. Did you hear it? That's literally what happened. He was like, "I'll fuck you up." So now there's just you yelling on the space. I'm gonna fuck you up, and he's like, "Do it or don't." Right? So they're going back and forth, and again, like now it's a distraction from the thing that should actually happen. Because if you worry, what else can you do in that situation when niggas said he gonna fuck you up? I don't think he handled that wrong. The wrong part was what got you in there. Yeah, exactly. You just can't be in there.
So they just gonna make it fuck you up. Do it.
Yeah, and if it was all right, I do have Kayla Nicole's apology. She says, I want to take a moment to sincerely apologize for the hurtful tweets I posted so many years ago. Seeing them resurface last week has been incredibly difficult, and reading them now, I'm ashamed that I ever thought or spoke that way. They were ignorant, hurtful, and completely wrong. The woman I am today would never use those words or express those kinds of views. Over the years, I've seen firsthand how cruel and harmful online hate can be, and I would never want to add to that world of pain in any form. I have since deleted those tweets and my ex account entirely because I refuse to keep that energy alive or contribute to a cycle of hate. I take full responsibility for what I posted, and I'm truly sorry to anyone I may have hurt. My heart, values, and perspective are completely rooted in empathy, love, and respect for others. I can't change the past, but I will continue showing through my actions who I have become and what I stand for today.
Damn.
So what? They're killing her for what?
Boy, did they fucking. That was awful. What the fuck? I think that's master. I can't say anything else. It doesn't matter.
Almost.
It don't matter.
What y'all missing is, like you said,
It don't matter. They want a pound of flesh. They want a pound of flesh. But I'll tell you one thing. I'd rather them be mad at me for my apology than my non-apology.
Yes.
Yeah. Yo, wait up on the wire. I forgot to show. I got brain freeze. Streets need a body. Streets need a body. The internet is going to get their body no matter what.
What are they saying in particular, though? Is it certain specific about what they made of our apology? Like, it sound like AI? What's the problem?
Well, a lot of them said that was ChatGPT.
Yeah, it was a good going, though. It was a good check going.
She started reading it like she still had to post. She done posted right. Stop it.
The only thing I would have left out is I wouldn't do that. When she says I wouldn't do that if I was this age, I would just leave that out.
For a matter that you're taking seriously, like if I'm taking these words like you truly mean them and they're from your heart, then they should come from your heart, not from
everybody can't talk. I'm not attacking, but let's, to a world that's looking to already misinterpret, misunderstand you. If she say the wrong thing coming from the heart, it could read much worse than that, and they're gonna attack you. So it's like, let me try to at least. I might run this. May not be ChatGPT, but let me run it past you. Yo, Mark, I'm trying to say this. You're better with words than I am. Help me with that. Then you go post that, and it's still not good enough. When they want you, it don't matter, bro. They really don't matter.
I keep saying that. I'm just saying I do understand people being angry at your apology being from ChatGPT. I get why they would be, but at the end of the day, we work with words. Everybody don't. So I get that people need support.
I was about to say that.
But I'm with you. And you just mailed it in. I get it.
And they learning this after Kayla Nicole is the one that pulled the black woman card against Taylor Swift. So they just saying it's just nothing about it feels genuine. That's all. That's all. We can move on from the apology segment and let's.
I was going to say one thing that there's something. There's different people who have different views on it, different descriptions, but it's called the anatomy of an apology. It's basically like here's what an apology should be. I'm sorry. Here's my understanding of what I did wrong. I'll never do it again. Here's how I'm going to make this right. If you follow those bullet points, that gets you out.
It sounds like everything she did in that apology.
That's what I'm saying. It felt like that to me. No excuses, no, all that other shit don't matter. Just get to those points, which I think she did, and that'll get you out of there. And that's it.
We got you on the stake already. Right. We got you on the stake. Exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can't take you down.
You still got to do your time. Yeah, you still got to.
Yeah. Exactly. Be sorry on the stake.
Right.
Oh man. What else? What else? Want to get right to new music?
Yeah.
Get right to new music, man. Let's do it.
And you had me hyped for Summer Walker's album, so I want to thank you. Because I would have not. I've been waiting for Wale's album, but I said let me put Summer Walker in. You know what I mean? And this morning I listened to the whole thing. I loved it. I love the first half. I like the second half.
Same. Well, I like the first half. The middle, I'm cool. The end was also good.
Yes, that's actually more accurate.
Yeah. And I don't know why they did a double disc. It's only 15 minutes long. Like a weird arrangement, but
I think for the themes of it, because one is for better, and just two is for worse.
Got it.
So I think it was more to be like the concept of the album.
Got it.
Either way, I don't care. You can triple this, whatever you want to do. Give me the music, and this is a great fucking album.
Yeah, I was really pleased. I was like, I'll let Joe handle this review. I was caught up in De La Soul, which doesn't come out until next week. It's phenomenal. We'll talk about it next week. But I hit play on Summer Walker in the morning, so I was like, let me at least give it a little bit of a listen. And I really loved that whole first half. Yeah, it was just the second half where it got a little too, I don't know, like cliche R&B, I guess, for me.
Yeah, a little bit. I actually like the FMT, and after that, it started to go into cliche R&B. The first track at this, Then after that, I was like, I could live without this. And then toward the end, it got good. I like the first half because she was so. I liked her voice. You know what I mean? Like Rob Drew and all the songs were like, she's over this dude, and now she's making moves. It felt good. It reminded me a little bit of Jasmine Sullivan stuff.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
In terms of the narrative and stuff like that. Like.
Cooper is a free-to-use extension available on Chrome, Edge, Opera, Firefox, and Safari, designed to help customers save money and earn cash back while shopping online. Working with over 200,000 merchants to globally bring you the...
Joseph? What? I thought you made a face. I might have misread you.
Yeah, you definitely misread you. You're trying to do something to me, and I'm not going to let you do it. Something's going on with you, my good brother, dog.
Can I say something?
Yes, please, Mola.
I'm proud of Summer. I'm a fan of Summer. Summer had social anxiety real bad, and to watch her promo and move around and do the stuff that she doing, she never did stuff like that.
That's true.
Summer would go on stage and be in tears. She was so fucking freaked out from them people. She grew a lot. Did she go through 6, 7 niggas to get there? Yes. Is your dream man coming? Yes, bitch. We proud of you, girl. Fuck that. That's one thing about Summer. She gonna try the nigga out.
It's a good trilogy.
I love the picture. Like, cause that's that play of Anna Nicole. I loved it. Because I loved Anna Nicole. R&B and
I don't have too much to say about this project because I've only heard it 1.5 times. Off first listen, I don't know if I love it as much as you guys.
Yeah?
Really?
What'd you listen on?
What did I listen on?
Just phone or speakers? Matters.
Woburn.
I don't know if that sounds fancy.
Some Richard. Woburn. The little brown Bluetooth. So speaker.
A speaker, yeah. That's all.
Well, it's a different sound than Sonos.
Sure.
All right. Bose. Got it. Oh, yeah. Still got a Bose. Bluetooth box. But they don't make anymore. Yeah. They don't make the
Now you gotta
Bose.
get the old Bose, the little shit with the CD player at the top.
Yeah, I still got mine. But y'all know I've been waiting for this album, and part of that is on me too, right? I normally don't have a lot of albums that I go in with such high expectations.
Yeah, you been.
I mean, the bar. She set the bar. I had really, really, really high expectations for Summer after her 2 projects, right? So you come on with Scars, track 1. I'm listening from track 1.
Yeah.
The fuck you playing with me already?
Really?
I like Scars. I wish it was longer. Yeah. But it wasn't. I think that's at the time. That was your issue. Oh, your issue is, but it wasn't. Songs. But it was. Said that about a couple of. This is Scars. At this point, I'm not even looking at my phone. I'm making coffee and waiting for the drums to drop. A 50-second joint. That's a song. Yeah, I loved it. It's just an intro. It's just an intro.
It's an intro.
It's 50 It's just setting the tone. Fuck you. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
I definitely was expecting the whole track. I definitely would check to see if I hit the skip button by accident.
Like, I'm not gonna let these streaming services trick me out of what I expect to hear from one of my favorite artists in the song. It was 50 fucking seconds of something that sounds phenomenal. It's 50 seconds. Got it. Cool. Actually, I don't even need to play all these songs, right?
Yeah, play the fourth draw, man. That was my shit. A Go Girl.
Yeah, I like that.
I was expecting to hate it, and I loved it. Don't look at me. I was turning up in the nurse home bathroom listening to this shit.
I could have fought them.
Why?
What?
Could have absolutely fought
We about to fight you.
Yeah. I gotta hear this. What's the problem with this one? There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it.
Like, this one, I was like, I love it. I was start texting niggas after this.
That made you text niggas?
You gotta get mad. Titties real.
Did you hear that Six Flags song?
Yo, nigga. You got the
It sounded like this should have been a hard R&B song.
I disagree.
It should have been a fire R&B song.
Maybe you just sung it.
This flow that they're doing, again, maybe I have too high expectations. This flow that all of them did for one of the longer records on here, and then I'm in my go, yo, you guys. So it's like we needed another joint to put on here. Let's get some features. So now, so now I get even less Summer Walker on the Summer Walker album that ain't but 58 minutes anyway. Cool. It's too early for me to have a beef. I said I only heard it 1.5 times.
That shit is fire.
Yeah. And right after that was Chris Brown, so I was happy.
I didn't love this record
At first.
Oh, okay.
You mean to tell me you went and got the
Mariah Flip
and did a 2-minute song with fucking Chris Brown? You're trolling me now. You're trolling me, lady. This lady is trolling me, yo.
That's an expensive sample for 2 minutes.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know what they doing. I don't like it. I don't like it.
I don't care about the length of the song. I just particularly love this record.
I just didn't love the song. I didn't think about that yet.
love that one. I love this shit. All right, so I guess my main problem so far is length. Pause.
Let me just, because you keep mentioning the length of the project and everything. I'm just looking at her last 2. Over It was 18 songs, 49 minutes. Still Over It.
She's always been a short song.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Still Over It is 20 songs, an hour, 4 minutes. So you pick a 64? She's in that range.
Dog, the very first song she ever put out, like that first project, this has been her bag. I'm saying on her previous 2 projects, the songs that felt like they should have been songs were songs.
Were longer.
That's what I'm saying. It's not that she does this. I know she does this. I'm not stupid.
Okay.
But the songs that I felt should have been a song
was too short.
For me,
So like you're short on those records.
listen, I'm going back because Summer gets that from me. But Summer's one of the better singers we have. I heard the songwriters on there. Like, don't rap bop me out. That's not true.
She didn't do that majority of the album.
I didn't say majority. Don't put words in my
You're
mouth.
saying don't rap bop me out.
Yeah, I don't.
As if she did that on a good portion of the album.
I don't want to hear that shit.
It's an R&B album.
Sorry.
It felt like R&B.
R&B is hybrid damn near today anyway.
That's a fact.
I do think as the album went along, she started to get more in R&B, traditional R&B bag. Which is probably why y'all don't fuck with it. Anderson Pac record. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. You know Anderson wasn't gonna let them 2 minute shit go out. I'm not going there. Yeah. He's gonna take a minute 30 himself. Yeah. Easy. Like make a song, right? Oh my God. You old, yo. Listen, it's hard. It's hard. Like I said, as the album went on, I appreciated it more, but I'll go back. I'll go back and give it. I think you're gonna like it. It's just cool. Yeah, it's just cool. I don't think it's on par with the first two. And to her, to your whole, oh, don't rap about me out and everything. I'm giving her some benefit of the doubt because again, she's been snubbed for a Grammy, bad. So maybe, and I see what's winning. What year? Okay, the last one. 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago. Snub. Which album is that? The last one. Yeah, still over it. Yeah, got it. Big time snub. That was one. So maybe I switched to okay, if this is what y'all are awarding, this type of sound here, let me play that game a little bit too. Like that's possible. She be going for hers. And the music is still good. Like it's not like I don't like when people try to do that and then it's bad. It's like, yo, stick to your sound. This ain't really you. This shit sounds great. She sounded like she made this when she truly was over someone. Yes. Yeah. That's an issue. I need, hey, I need you to be front. I tried earlier. I tried earlier. Yeah, come to the dark side. Yo, can we just tell the truth in a nigga space in Parks and Mona? Can we just tell the truth? Can I? No. Yes, no, you can. No, you can. Mark is trying to say, man, Mark don't love me as much as y'all. I'm asking y'all. You can tell the truth. I want you to be a lot of people. This has been a thing. So yes, you can tell the truth. It ain't just her. It's been a thing. I don't want to hear this fucking happy. She really sound like she's over it with these niggas. So I applaud her in real life. You don't sound like right. Is that when the slaps get made? Sound like a Joe Budden fan? Or do the slaps get made when there's a nigga spinning around, putting a car in your name, straight in your fucking bank account? Come on, coming in at 5 in the morning, left your food on the table cold. I'm hate already. Hate already. It's crazy. Huh?
You had to be a man to get that. I get that. You know what it reminds me of? When rappers on drugs and the music real good when they drugged out.
And miserable and depressed. Joe
That's how I
Budden
feel
fans.
about Kodak. Like the I like meth Kodak. Yo, somebody else turn. Go ahead.
I'm with you. Well, no, they said it about this is the that's what I'm saying. This album, so yo, don't listen to me out there. I'm psycho. Yeah, you sound nuts. This album is very good. Very good. And I'm a musician psycho. I'm nuts all the way around the board. Please find someone else to listen to or look up to.
Nuts.
I want to hear her next album. All right, y'all. I want to hear. I'm back under it again. I want to hear. All right, y'all. He texted me and we met up. Just make the album title how y'all. I met up with him. This the same shit they said about Mary. Yeah, same thing. Exact same thing. That's a fact. Same thing. Yeah, but nobody like. All right, we cool. That you got out of that and you happy, but that's not.
When did we ever?
But dog, Mary gave us albums and albums and albums of the nigga managing. I love it. So let me shut up. Yeah, we not here. But you know, it took 10 years before you got to the dance soiree. Summer gave us. Don't do that, Mark. Summer gave us 2 classics. Why you gotta be happy now? Classics, my nigga. Yo, don't give you one classic. Yo, do you know how much happiness I sacrificed to go in the studio and make good music? I could have chose to go try to be happy. Fuck that. You did. Fuck that. Remember what happened? They hated it. Yeah, they hated it. And it was bad.
It's really happened.
It wasn't bad. There was some slaps. I made way more fire music when I was. Yeah. And it's just the facts of the. Listen, you take the good, you take the bad, you take them both in the ass. We want our musicians fucked up.
And comedians.
I think it's a fact. That's
all
a fact.
the torture comedians are funny as fuck.
Yes. Yes. True. Honestly,
Like,
that's really what it is.
like,
We want our entertainment from people that's fucked. Oh, can we do like a dark side of comedy on you?
Do you know how many jokes I have? But black people don't like that, and I don't have a white audience yet. I'm coming for y'all. Because white people with dark humor, they're just a little open to it. Now, don't get mad at home. I know we like dark humor too, but like, right, when I do jokes like abortion jokes, like I see people stiffen up sometimes, abortion, suicide, black people don't like. Yeah, and I have so many abortions. I can't run out of them. Yeah, dark night. Yeah, early mornings, days in the morning, get it.
Yeah. Anyway, I want to hear those jokes.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great album. I'm gonna give it time to grow on me. I'm gonna go listen in the car. And again, I only heard it 1.5 times.
I think you'll enjoy it in a different setting or something, maybe.
I was in the nursing home bathroom.
Yeah.
That shit was great. It's like City Boys Up 10. This shit was great. They God damn, I almost want to start a group chat with Summer and Lil Meech again. Like somebody's got to fucking come in and what the fuck? Y'all get Larry back. Bro, should we still on the stuff? Larry, what's Monty and the producer in London? London.
No, he was the one.
Where's London? You know this album is different. SZA ain't on it. SZA on track 3 last time. Hey, sad bitches go get with sad bitches. She got all the bitches that just broke up with their nigga is outside. She got Sexy Red. They at the brunch spot, hookah lounges. They at the club. No.
Great album, Summer.
Yeah, Summer.
The rest of us,
we love it. Summer, I'm happy that you're happy. Oh,
not really.
I'm gonna go listen to it. You should. I think it's really good. I don't think it's bad because I don't think that her or her crew or those writers, the people that performed on that project, can make a bad album. So please don't twist my words around. They can't make a bad album. It's just the pain. The pain is.
Every time I see LVR at the bottom of the thing, I just assume it's Laverne, even though I know it's
Laverne. Who the fuck is Laverne?
That's what.
Actually, I kind of a reverse experience listening to music this morning because, of course, I went to summer first.
Okay.
Of course, I went to summer first.
What time?
5.
Okay.
5 a.m. But I had snuck a little bit when I went to take a shit at 2 in the morning. But then I went back in the bed, back to your birthday.
No shower.
The shit I was excited about. I woke up yesterday and tweeted, "Hey, that's Summer Walker." I got a text in a half a second later. Summer Walker.
Nigga. You know what today is? You know,
Yeah, you said
you know what this month is?
right. You ain't tweet that before. See my next tweet? You see my next tweet?
Yeah, we did.
My baby. You can't be excited about some shit.
No, especially not another woman.
Anyway, so I go listen to Summer Walker shit. Cool. And when I went to Wale, I was blown away. I was absolutely blown away by Wale, and I didn't go into that expecting that. So, okay.
I had the same experience. I had been waiting for it. So I didn't get the early copy like you did. I was salty. I was listening to the early tracks, like they released like 5 of them, and I loved each and every one of them. But I was like, these might be the only good ones on there, and it might be filler for the rest of the thing. I always worry about that these days. I liked every song on there. I thought not every song. I like almost every song on there. I thought he killed it. I thought it was an amazing album.
It's only 2 records that I hate. And I told him, one of them, he was like, yo, when I laid the record, I said, I just hate this. I said, cool, we know. The Afrobeat record.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Yeah, it's like, I didn't use the skip button at all until I got to those. But I was more so worried because, I'm not going to say worried, but I wanted to see where this album would go because I know it's not, even though he's with Def Jam, we talked about the state of Def Jam. So I'm like, I don't imagine like big production budget, and I want to hear. He has a great ear for beats, but I just want to hear what this sounds like. I know it's not going to be your A-list features and all of that. From track 1, which is Conundrum, I was like, oh, okay, you getting into a very introspective that like you going deep off the rip.
Yeah.
And then I hear the sample to be, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm cool.
He was off. We off.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. We off. We right off to the races. First line, I'm like, well, we don't need the scratchy voice intro. You let the music play now. That's my point. What's actually opening bars. Yeah. First line. Yeah. At that point, I walked away. Yep. At that point, I walked away. Yeah. I did not expect to going into Wale for him to do that. I didn't, especially not on the intro. And then it continued. Yes. 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 It continued. Yes. It kind of kept continuing. The whole album, Wale is special, bro. He is. Yeah. Like, I don't really be shocked when he deliver. That nigga's really special. He makes great music. And highly underrated. Consistent. Yeah. Highly underrated. Wale is special, bro. He is. Dog. Hold up for a minute, man. Fuck these niggas talking about, man. Where's this shit at? Where is? Oh my god. Yo, he continued the theme of finding a dope sample, flipping it. Yeah. Throughout the album. I like that because Wale actually knows R&B, so he knows the records to go and flip. Hey, Def Jam, you really dropped a fucking ball. I just want to tell you again, while the Clips are nominated for all these Grammys and Wale got all of these records on it, all of these records on here. I'm gonna close this for a minute. All of these records on here, and y'all got him. Y'all didn't do shit, actually. What did they do? What did they do? Whatever he put out was him rapping over some shit, a quick freestyle here, quick freestyle. He came up here, I'm like, yo, well, this freestyle shit, a record. Where's the record? I know you got records. We know you Wale. I know you have records. No way he's at Def Jam playing some of these. They did Blanco as the single and Mirror on the Bends. Yeah. And I'm hearing this album like, bro, y'all missed it. Y'all didn't hear the rest of this album. Yeah, y'all. I love Blanco. And y'all don't know Wale. Blanco is the top 3 song on this album. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, top 3. Right. And that's why I'm like, right. There's no way y'all heard this album and said these are the singles. There's no way y'all ever heard any Wale album. Yeah. I can say all day with this Wale album. That's what I did. It's a real good. It's a very good vibe, like vibey album. Yeah. You could just put this on. Yeah. With people around, outside, nighttime, daytime. But he talking about some shit in there. Like they might, like you said, it's a vibe. You just throw it on. They might not catch it, but when you sit and listen to what he's actually saying, yo, he's really every record is just like dig deep, dig deep, dig deep. Yeah, I didn't even get to the lyrics because I was just vibing with it. Like I haven't really broken shit down yet. I was forced to get in the lyrics because he kept saying shit that was like, God, yeah, I was finding this shit back. That was hard. Wale, she really hurt you, yo. I don't know who this lady is because you keep your relationships private, except for that one time you tried to pop out. But somebody, see, this is what I like. This is what I like. Okay, I like when you're meant.
They good for you. Yes. They got you out of character, bugging the fuck out. Now you ain't got no choice to go to the studio and pour your heart out. And you, as a poet, it's an art. As an art piece. Did you hear Survival on that album? Or what album? I heard the whole album. Like that to me is the one. Let's see. Like
You working Thursday? You working Thursday? Thursday? Are you working on Thursday?
Oh, yeah. Angel, find out what them. Yeah.
It ain't gonna be I can get with Angel thing. It's just I'm gonna miss money.
Oh, you gotta work on Thursday?
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to miss the money because it's too far away. That was the point I was thinking. It's not like a get with Angel drop me off in West Virginia. Yeah, that wouldn't work.
You're like, don't you guys all like 40 hours? And I'm like, I ain't working 40 hours. I can kiss my behind. Go fix your crap. Today it was Connect Home and an NCAP that they just didn't do. They see me, it's like, complaining about how much stuff is in the bin and all this other stuff. I'm like, bro, this girl is so messy. So I pictures of everything in there.
It was in Martinsburg. It wouldn't work anyway. That's why I told him I would ask to see what you were doing, but it's not gonna be.
Angel was like happy to have me drop her off and she didn't have to walk to the parking lot. Yeah. Drop her off. Schedule them off. I told her I couldn't start tomorrow until after 2. They gave me another, I think another massive. Your Thursday is officers. Friday she's off. And I don't know if she's working. She has no class.
I don't have a job on Friday, but she has another appointment on Friday for her blood pressure.
Are you only working one day this week?
It's the government shutdown is still coming back. Everybody's still trying to come back. They shut all our stuff down. Yeah. So it's slow in November anyway. It's about to be Thanksgiving. They're not about to book anything soon.
Looking for something else
Huh?
to do during the break?
I mean, I could, but I don't know where to go. Where it would be because if he calls me, anything that I get would be interfering with that too. I'm barely getting by trying to do the stuff that I'm doing right now. I wouldn't mind going to work.
Hiring up over at the end of season. I don't know what. Stuff like that. So
And just shut up real quick. Yeah, I just don't want to take anything and then it'd be like, because half of them people expect a whole bunch of, even the seasonal jobs expect a whole bunch of hours, and then he's gonna still expect me to pick up jobs, and then it's not.
I'm sorry to pick up on one of these Flexible. Works for active jobs. See? I will. It's still true. Wow. Think you guys can top that? Doubtful, Timmy, but let's give it a shot. Bad. But before I agree to join you losers, let's hear what Blocky Beach Ball sounds like. Suck? Let's go play with your silver lemonade. Yeah, that's on it. It's what I couldn't even fix it today because I didn't have my tools. They were aging. And she decided to send me out today, even though you want to take time off. I'm like, I'm not taking my time off when I already lost so much time. That is good. I lost 5 hours on vacation. I could just with boring, bro. I fear the situation could get tricky. It's the most terrifying thing I've ever seen. Wrong with the trains. I think it's time for Satine. Do what they were supposed to do. Things. Take off most of the week, Monday of December. We're gonna get Spider-Man first, and then Iron Man. Yeah, make me find them. Nice. Spider-Man. God. No, you take C. Ross. I got both Spider-Man. Amazing world brands. Something about that. I set enough warning alarms in my. Damn. Jingle. Stay. I'm so relieved. So you are the leader. Then I have something very special.
Survivor's remorse, like making it out type record. Yeah. Oh my God, yo. Yeah. What do you want to say? Great project from a great man. Pause. Yeah, man.
You never need to be worried about your safety again. It's heat-proof, hammer-proof, and even ghost. Technology. Very zappy lasers. Pilot, a real scientist. I'm this pointy nugget space job young party. Another connect on page no. Emma, I want you four to put on your most charming smiles and invite that alarmingly advanced alien to the world. Let me see a smile and make it.
The bespoke AI Family Hub Plus refrigerator with AI Vision inside. Even smarter with smart things. Shop Black Friday deals now.
If you have tried multiple oral antidepressants and they haven't worked, did you know that after 2, you can try another path? Spravato works differently to rapidly reduce depression symptoms. Spravato is the only FDA-approved nasal spray taken with or without an oral antidepressant for adults with treatment-resistant depression. While the exact way that Spravato works in depression is unknown, it acts on glutamate, a chemical messenger in the brain thought to regulate depression. Spravato can cause serious side effects, including sleepiness, fainting, dizziness, spinning sensation, anxiety, feeling disconnected, breathing problems, increased blood pressure, problems thinking clearly, or bladder problems. Your healthcare provider must monitor you for serious side effects for at least 2 hours after taking Spravato. There's risk for abuse and misuse. Don't take if you have a blood vessel disease, an abnormal connection between your veins and arteries, a history of bleeding in the brain, or are or may become pregnant. Spravato may harm your unborn baby. Don't drive, operate machinery, or perform activities that require full alertness until the next day after restful sleep. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and actions in people 24 and younger. Spravato is not for use in children. It doesn't prevent suicide or suicidal thoughts or actions, relieve pain, or replace hospital.
All right, welcome back to Blurry Creatures. We are excited today, Doug. We started our podcast talking about ancient stuff with you back in the day when we were just talking on Zoom, and now we're here live in the flesh in the studio. Welcome, Doug Van Dorn. It feels exciting to kind of have these long friendships with some of the original guests on our show, and we're actually here in the Blurry basement. How does it feel?
And it's a surreal feeling, surrounded by everything I grew up with.
Yeah. What were you doing in the 80s, Doug?
I was going to high school and junior high.
Oh, I think that was the time.
I was the perfect point in life.
Did you have a mullet? A jean jacket?
I had no mullet.
Did you have a Trans Am?
I had a 60 Impala.
Okay. I love that. That's fantastic. Well, Doug, it's been fun. It's, you started, like they were saying, you started with us real early on. Like soon we got into biblical giants, went from Bigfoot into the sort of biblical giant space. Of course, you have an amazing book. People still, is still really one of the major books in this space that people talk about and return to when we're talking about giants in the Old Testament. We've done a number of episodes with you. It's been fun. Everything from the Rings of Revelation, which is your latest book, to Watering Stars. Demons. We did demonology a bunch with. We did episode 100. Yeah. Jesus, the blurriest creature, the Prince of Darkness. We did one on Satan.
Yeah.
But today we are going to talk about the Chaos Dragon. We're going to talk about Leviathan. This is Blurry Creatures, and while it's a wide lane for us, often as in Blurry Creatures of the Bible. We did this with you at BlurryCon. Yeah, I believe the first BlurryCon. Yeah. We talked about all the blurry creatures of the Bible, and one that pops up, and people talk about whether it be in the context of believing there's a dinosaur or it's allegory. Regardless, we have not addressed or talked about the Chaos Dragon.
One of the things we find is it's usually all the above. There's usually not one easy answer to any of these things. You just read my mind, buddy.
Okay, let's go. So where do we start with this?
All right. So this is going to go some wild places. I don't think you're expecting.
This is the place for it.
Okay. So
as you know,
why don't we just start tame, at least for kind of the evangelical Christian sort of crowd, which is really just Leviathan as a dinosaur. Okay. So I think this is what a lot of people think. If you go and read the scholarship, it comes from Job chapter 41. That's the place he's the best known. And you go in and read the scholarship, and they're like, well, this is probably just a crocodile or something like that. Yeah. Which makes no sense to me whatsoever. So it's worth reading a little bit of it. Job 41 verse 1. Can you draw out Leviathan with a fishhook? Or press down his tongue with a cord? Can you put a rope in his nose or pierce his jaw with a hook? Will he make many pleas to you? Will he speak to you soft words? It's sort of like Bilbo meeting Smaug, right? Like when you read the whole thing here, he's got these like tight scales. He's breathing fire out of his nose. And the thing about this, to me, that's the wildest is that it's coming in a list of animals that everybody believes are real animals until you get to Behemoth, which is the guy right before this. And then you get to Leviathan, who's kind of like the apex of the whole thing. So on one level, you have this list of creatures that end in something that main scholars are like, well, it couldn't possibly be a dragon, right? So it's got to be something we're familiar with. Or you just have people go, well, it's sort of allegorical. It's exactly the way you started the show. And so to me, I personally think that there's possibly validity. Like I'm not going to die on a hill for it. That this could be referencing some sort of sea creature. Yeah. Just like I think Behemoth could be referencing some sort of dinosaur. Like I don't personally have a problem that dinosaurs walked with men. Yeah. You guys have talked to people that have talked about the dinosaur footprints with the human footprints down in Texas. Have you ever heard the story of Makila Mbumbo? So the Congo? Yeah, dinosaur? The Congo dinosaur. Do you know what else? I don't know very well. Yeah, it's been many years. I couldn't find the tape to go listen to, but back in the 80s, I heard this tape of this guy who went down with a crew to the Congo, and they had heard about Makili Mbumbo. He who stops the flow of rivers. Yeah, that's what his name means. And so then the story goes that they actually saw him, and somebody took a picture, but the camera, the film didn't work, or it was blurry, or whatever. Of course.
Machine learning is advancing, but businesses wonder if some machines can keep up. Let's welcome our new coworker, Jeff.
Copier has a great idea. Wonder if it's the same idea as yesterday.
It's a performance issue, really. I know people push their buttons, but you still have to deliver.
Anything can change the world of work. ADP Assist is AI, informed by workplace data, and designed for the next anything.
I think, quick question to start this off. Is Satan Leviathan, or is Leviathan its own thing?
That's the $1 million question. So, like, on one level, you have that he is, it's possibly dinosaur thing. Okay. That to me, that's interesting, but it's not the most interesting thing. The second thing that Leviathan is usually talked about is some sort of chaos monster, and so he's a metaphorical representative of chaos. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, but if you know your Greek pantheon of gods, and I know my Greek stuff. You go back to Zeus, and then you find out he had a father, Kronos, and then you find out he had a father, Uranos, which means heaven. Yeah. Well, there's only a couple more layers back, and then you get to the ultimate first cause in Greek mythology, and it's chaos. That's what they call it. It's a god called Chaos. Now, Chaos gives birth to all these kind of primordial deities. One of them is Oceanus. And Oceanus might come up again later in our discussion. A lot of people think of him as like river god or sea god, but there's reasons to think that he might actually represent the ultimate form of chaos, which started off all Greek thinking. Yeah. Which is like, so we're right around what Leviathan would be when you start. So when you say chaos, the chaos monster, and if chaos is the first god, like there's something going on there.
Well, it reminds me of the Enigma Elish, right? We talked about sort of the Sumerian creation story where in that pantheon, the serpent is the creator god, right? You sort of have this Luke's favorite animal. The tern. Just loves a snag. Oh, dude, yes. Snag. No, but I wanted to go back to what you said real quick because I think this is an interesting idea. That is sort of in Job 38, we've got a long list of animals. I can give you a few here just because it's interesting. The lioness, the raven. We've got, when we get into 39, we have the doe, bear. We have a wild donkey. We have an ostrich, a horse, a hawk. And you kind of run through the pantheon of these animals, and then it ends up with Behemoth and Leviathan, which is interesting, right? At the very least, that like
Why would you put fake creatures that don't have any reality right after a list of well-known creatures that do?
Yeah.
I don't understand. That makes no sense to me.
So one thing I think we do here, though, is we kind of combine a lot of the strange other paranormal ideas that happen along with trying to explore some of the reality of some of these creatures. Like, you know, as we've asked so many people about what are your thoughts on Bigfoot, the wide variety of answers are bizarre, and you have to have sort of a prerequisite knowledge to even entertain some of the other ideas. He's an animal. Okay, that's basic. That was the first year of Blurry Creature.
Right.
Yeah, it's some remnant animal.
Right.
And then 5 years in, we hear stories of like, it's a rental suit. And you're like, okay, like, in order to entertain some of these ideas about maybe these creatures like Leviathan, you have to kind of open your mind up to the possibility that all things could be happening at once. It could be a spirit, it could be an elemental spirit, and a dragon, and some sort of other paranormal thing all at the same time. And I think that's why Blurred Creatures is such a space to explore these ideas, because as our listeners have come along the road with us and opened their minds to the possibilities of these creatures, what then, with that in mind, can we explore the like some of the weirder possibilities of Leviathan? Okay.
Yeah. So, first place I think you should start, biblically speaking, would be Revelation.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Revelation chapter 12, verse 9, which is actually the very center of the literary structure of the book, talks about the devil and Satan, and then it calls him a serpent and the dragon. So he's got 4 titles there.
Yeah.
And then in chapter 20, it repeats it in verse 2 with these same exact 4 titles. And the only 2 places that you ever see that are in those 2 verses. So Satan, the devil, the serpent, and the dragon are all identified as the same thing in those verses. So the serpent, pretty easy. That takes you back to Genesis chapter 3. But what is the root of taking you to the dragon? Where would he get that idea from?
Job 40 would be
maybe, but there's other places that you can go to as well. So here's kind of, this is a key verse that people need to know about with regard to Leviathan. So this is Isaiah 27, verse 1. And it says, "In that day the Lord with his hard and great and strong sword will punish Leviathan, the fleeing serpent." And in the Greek, the Leviathan, which in Hebrew that's just that's Levitan. I mean, that's what the Hebrew word is. But in the Greek, it's Dracon, and that's the same word that John is using in Revelation. So it says it's a prophecy of sometime in the future. It's Isaiah. In that day, the Lord with his hard and great and strong sword will punish Leviathan, the fleeing serpent, Leviathan, the twisting serpent, and he will slay the dragon that's in the sea. And I think, and I'm not the only one, that is actually the root of where John is getting his connection to Satan with the dragon.
our cause is the cause of all mankind.
A long day can be a lot longer when your dog has digestive upsets. Hill's Prescription Diet GI Nutrition helps support digestive upsets and other GI issues in as little as 24 hours, so you can both feel better.
Ever wonder why we can't find Bigfoot? Maybe he switched to Mint Mobile. He's got unlimited talk, text, and web for $15 a month. He doesn't need to hide in the woods waiting for better cell reception. He's streaming. And maybe he's talking to FaceTime with Mothman. What do you think, Lou? Well, yeah, with the service that Mint Mobile provides, he would be FaceTime with Mothman. And if you want to have great service at a low price, Mint Mobile is offering unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month. That's the best deal of the year. Maybe the only holiday gift you can give to the cryptid in your life. That's right. You can get 3, 6, or 12-month unlimited plans for $15 a month. All Mint Mobile plans come with high-speed data, unlimited talk, text, and web on the nation's largest 5G network. And you can bring your current phone number over to Mint Mobile, and there's no contracts. We use Mint Mobile, and you should too. The service is fantastic. Dr. Judd Burton, you can find him out in the middle of nowhere, Texas. We connect with unbelievable clarity so we can hear every dulcet tone of that guy's voice. That's right, back in the 80s when wireless service wasn't very good. This service is on the best network, and it's the best you can. It's crisp and clear, and you can be saving a lot with Mint Mobile. So this year, don't get your favorite person Bigfoot socks. We get them a better gift. Premium wireless for $15 a month. Shop unlimited plans at mintmobile.com/blurry. That's mintmobile.com/blurry. Limited time offer, upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required, $15 a month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Greater than 35 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. Capable device required. Availability, speed, and coverage varies. See mintmobile.com.
So you think there's some sort of actual dragon creature that might have existed that's associated with the sea, or Doug, and this is where I'm at with our podcast a lot of times when we have explanations, is could Satan be astral projecting into these different creatures and living in them for a time? Because I think that's what happens in the garden, personally. Like, did Satan take over the body of his, like demons take over our bodies, right? Yeah. And so why wouldn't they rent sort of the rental idea?
Yeah, that's a weird idea. Like, because Satan, he enters into Judas, right?
Yeah.
So what does that mean? And so I don't, we've talked many times about how I don't think Satan is a demon. He's a fallen angel, so he has a body. So what does it mean for him to enter it? Well, I guess maybe I never thought about some sort of astral projection into him.
Well, if Eden was protected and they couldn't get in, maybe he could get into a snake, take over his body, get in, and that's where you get this whole talking serpent.
Yeah.
And then the rationalists will say, yeah, it's all metaphor, that didn't happen. And then the spiritualists will, well, yeah, it was a talking snake. But like a blurry version would be like, it was a possessed snake, and that's how, kind of combining all these things.
I would say maybe.
Maybe. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but like,
people who are here could understand how that's possible.
Yeah. No, I don't think that that's not possible. I tend to take Mike Heiser's view of what the serpent is, which is that it's not a talking snake, but it's a watcher. And the watchers are described as reptilian. Serpentine.
Which is also on the table, but I think that's a better realm to have the discussion in.
Yeah, I mean, they're both plausible to me. But it makes more sense to me, I guess, to think, and except for the one thing about it is the Balaam story with the donkey. Like, what's a donkey talking for? So, I mean, I guess I have it in my worldview that a snake could talk if something happened.
Right.
But to me, it just makes more sense than the Nahash, that serpent is actually a watcher, who's an angelic being who actually talks.
Yeah,
like we do.
Yeah, because we've interviewed people in the astral projection, lucid dreaming space who will take over an animal.
Yeah.
They'll say, I was flying as an eagle and I was seeing through the eagle's
Game of Thrones, right? It's like Bran and the Raven.
So if you're like, is Satan's a seraphim, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Technically, is he that?
Well, seraphim is just that's just a word that tells you a function of what it does. So it's a guardian.
Okay. So, I mean, if he gets bored, project into some animal, do something.
Maybe.
If he's trapped here, right? Like, I just want to bring that part into discussion as to why maybe the ancients would refer to him as a dragon.
What about this, though? I mean, I don't want to skip ahead, Doug, but like, we know that based on the real Jesus, and I'm sure you'll get to this, but like, when the demoniac they cast the demons out, and the pigs go into the water. Water is a place of chaos.
Right.
The demons in that cosmology, the ancient Greek, the demons they lived, their place of abode was chaos. So then, sort of like from that understanding, then the king of chaos would be this chaos dragon, or this formidable beast from the sea, right? In understanding the way that they had that worldview. So I don't want to. I'm sure you'll probably get to some of that.
I mean, we could talk about that. I was thinking about it, but I mean, it's fascinating because the whole sea idea is really you have to add in your mind there what Sheol is, and Sheol is the Hebrew equivalent of Hades, and so it's this underwater realm that seems to be surrounded by water itself. And then it's a dry land that you go to, and it's got all these compartments and places that you go, just like any country would. And there's a guardian of that who's swimming around outside of Hades, who is Leviathan. That's really, I think, the picture of it. I don't know if you've read Brian Godawa's book on I think it's his Noah book. No, it's his Jesus book, Jesus Triumphant, the seventh book in the Chronicles of the Nephilim. He has Jesus when he walks in the water. He's actually riding the back of the Leviathan. He's standing on, like he's tamed the Leviathan, and so he's riding him. And that's the whole idea of Jesus is mastering the storm.
Right.
And he's mastering the gods who are the chaos gods.
So for those like listening for the first time, Sheol is the Hebrew version, Hades is the Greek version.
Yeah, Greek is,
and that's like the underworld inside here.
right.
So there could be some sort of hollow earth idea connected
Could
to
be. I mean, yeah, because at very least conceptually, that's exactly what it is. Whether or not they thought about it more literally, I don't have a problem if they did.
Which I like because it's kind of a combination of physical, a place inside the earth, but also like a spiritual prison. So there's this supernatural element to it as well. So that these two things can combine a lot. And that's where I think the discussions happen a lot here is it's not just one thing, it's both. Like you've got these creatures that have abilities to disappear or reappear or move from mess with time. How is that possible? We don't understand that. We can't do that as humans. So we rationalize it away. So yeah, I guess the chaos, the chaos, is it that the water itself is there's some sort of a law where it has a territorial, like it has ownership of the waters? We'll call it the abyss, right? This idea of this bottomless thing that they can understand that, right?
Certainly, all these things are
Well, I'm taking it on a bit of a side, but I want to get back to Revelation 9 and 20. John uses the same word that we find in the Old Testament Hebrew, which is the Greek word drakon, which is the Hebrew. The Hebrew before that means is Leviathan, as we say in English. But so where do we go from there? So
So in the story, why is he brought up in the story? That's a question you need to ask. It's because there's a war that's taking place. And so in chapter 12, that war is between Michael killing the dragon, essentially. Okay. But the weird thing is that this is not the only place that we find this story. You find it in other versions with Baal killing Lotan. And Lotan is just that's the Canaanite equivalent of Leviathan. The words mean the same thing. In Babylon, Marduk slays Tiamat. Tiamat is also kind of the chaos monster. That word is actually related to a word in Genesis 1:2, the Tehom, the deep. So here you have another god who's slaying some sort of sea creature in the deep. You actually find it in India with the god Indra, who slays Vrita.
Clean up the floor.
And Vrita means encompassing. Now that will come back when we get into the places that you guys haven't even thought about before with this. You have it in Scandinavia with Thor, who kills a Yogermander. And if you know who Yogermander is, he's the serpent that encircles the world tree. And he's an Ouroboros figure. You guys know what an Ouroboros is?
Yeah.
This is kind of a move, like my hinge into where I really want to see
that
this
image in a lot of New Age stuff.
We're seeing it up there where the Ouroboros is an idea of a serpent or a dragon who eats its tail. And so it makes a circle, and then it's got a head, and it's got its tail, its own tail in its mouth.
And the meaning of that is
Okay, so the meaning of Ouroboros is comes from two words. Oreos is of the tail, and boros is to devour. So Ouroboros is literally a tail eater. That's what the word means.
Breaking! You can save up to $1,000 at Ashley right now. So let's go check it out. Ashley is calling it their biggest sale of the year, and I can see why. Super cute styles, and it's true. You get $1,000 off if you spend a certain amount. Give it away. I want to fly with it. Diagnosed with Crohn's disease and struggling with your symptoms? It's not too soon to talk to your doctor about Entyvio for moderate to severe Crohn's and learn about the results you need, including rapid symptom relief and long-term remission. Entyvio is the only gut-focused treatment for Crohn's that helps block inflammation in the gut and works right where you need it. Infusion and serious allergic reactions can happen during or after treatment. Entyvio may increase risk of infection, which can be serious. Although unlikely, PML, a rare brain infection that can result in death, cannot be ruled out. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, or are prone to infections. Liver problems can occur. Learn more about the only treatment for Crohn's that works right where you need it, and ask your doctor about gut-focused Entyvio, including the Entyvio pen. Gut-focused Entyvio.
You know, sometimes on this podcast, the blurry creatures hide right in your backyard, just like one of some of those unwanted subscriptions. They're hiding right in your bill, and you can't see them. That's where Rocket Money comes in. And Rocket Money has been incredible. Actually, I talk about this off air, but Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps you find and cancel unwanted subscriptions. It monitors your spending and it helps you lower bills so you can grow your savings. It's been pretty incredible for me. You get an email every time that you have a big transaction. You can see all your spending right in front of you. So if you have these unwanted subscriptions or things you don't know you're paying for, or sometimes even double paying, it alerts you and it'll cancel it for you. And in fact, this month, unbeknownst to me, Rocket Money actually lowered my internet bill even farther than it was before without me even prompting it. And a premium subscription. Yeah, I really can't recommend it more highly than I do. Oh, and I would say this too, Nate. I would say that Rocket Money's probably saved me more than $1,000 this year. And if you want to see all your subscriptions in one place, including the ones you forgot about or can't see that are hiding, Rocket Money finds them and gives you a dashboard with a clear view of all your expenses across all your accounts, and helps you have a personalized budget to keep your spending on track. Which I think a lot of us these days, with all the things we're doing, places we're going, and the content that we're subscribed to, Rocket Money alerts you if the bills increase or there's unusual spending on your account. Rocket Money has saved users like us over $2.5 billion, including over $880 million in canceled subscriptions alone. Their 10 million members save up to $740 a year when they use all of the app's premium features. So cancel your unwanted subscriptions and reach your financial goals faster with Rocket Money. Go to rocketmoney.com/blurry today. That's rocketmoney.com/blurry. What does that mean? rocketmoney.com/blurry.
Now, what's so weird about that is that the word Leviathan is a combination of two words. So you got the word Levi or Levi, which means to be joined to, and the word Tan or Tanin, which is a dragon. So it's a dragon joined to itself. It's an Ouroboros. That's what the word actually literally means. And so it can mean a twisting one, it can mean wreath-like, it can mean circular. Look, that's what, and when you get into discussions with Leviathan, this is where people don't go. Okay. And yet I think this is exactly where they should go. Yeah. Because that's what the meaning of the word is, right? So what in the world could that be the significance of a creature that is identified as an Ouroboros that goes beyond just chaos? Like there's some kind of symbology going on there. Right. Okay. Everybody's seen the goat head, right? The upside down pentagram, and that this is a symbol of Satan. The Church of Satan actually uses this. Okay. So it's often drawn as a picture of a Baphomet, and you'll notice that there's 5 letters that are around it in the picture there on the left, and those letters spell out Leviathan, Leviathan. And so the question becomes, well, why in the world would they do that? And this gets into some really weird stuff that I think is super fascinating, but it's also kind of hard to wrap your mind around. Okay, so we need to move. I'll try and move as slow as you want so that we can make this understandable to people if they've never heard it before. And we'll start with this picture of a pentagram. How many sides does a pentagram have? It has 5 sides. Okay, and so it's circumscribed by a circle. So then what you need to do, and I get this from the work of David Flynn, who passed away back in 2012. The dude was an absolute genius, and he did a lot of work on this, and he just dove into like the esoteric mind and how those particular kinds of people thought about things like Leviathan. I think he was on the money in terms of what this thing is representing. So a circle is made of 360 degrees. Okay. And if you take the fact that there's 5 angles, because it's got 5 points, so you've got 5 inner angles, those are all coming out at 72 degree angles. When you multiply 5 by 72, you get the number 25,920. Okay, so what would be significant about that? So now you have to understand that there's something that God built into the universe that is called a great year. So I think you guys have probably talked a little bit about the great year before. So it may not be completely new to people, but it might be to some people. So we have a solar year, right? A solar year is 365 days. That's how long it takes for the Earth to go around the sun in one cycle and return to the same place that it was. And you measure that according to the way that the constellations rise over the course of the year. So there's 12 constellations. There's something called a great year, which is 25,920 solar years, which just so happens to be the exact same number as the pentagram circumscribed by a triangle when you multiply the 360 by the 72.
And the great year, is that the precession of the zodiac?
That's the precession of the equinoxes.
Of the equinox.
Okay, so the Earth is on a tilt. It's on an angle. I think it's like it varies over the course of the great year, but right now it's like 22.5 degree angle, so it's not perfectly vertical.
Right.
And that's the key. If it was perfectly vertical, you wouldn't really be able to have life on Earth. Because it's tilted, it creates seasons, so that we can have winter and then have summer, because of the way that the Earth is revolving around the sun over the course of the solar year. So because it's tilted, that means that if you take the vertical axis of the Earth and you move it around one time to the point where it goes back to where it was, that takes 25,920 years.
Wow.
To do that. Now it gets really weird, because 1 degree of that movement is 72 years.
Which is the angles.
Which is the angles in the pentagram.
Mm.
Okay? And then the circle, so that's how long it takes it to go around fully. That's your 360 degrees. So the pentagram being circumscribed, I'm not going to say it again. Circumscribed by the circle is a representation of the great year.
Mm.
And they associate that with Leviathan.
So what's going on? We're going to unpack this, because that's, again, to recap, we have a pentagram surrounded by a circle with the words Leviathan on each point of the pentagram.
Mm-hmm.
And then within that, we can take the degrees of the pentagram and multiply them, and they end up with this number, which is the exact same as the
great year.
The great year.
Yeah, the precession.
It's a okay.
Okay, so that's step 1. You got to be able to understand that there's some kind of a connection going on, that at least Satanists and occultists and people in esoteric thought throughout the ages have seen this, and they're representing it. Now, I think what's going on in the inversion, in putting it upside down, whenever you do something like that, you're inverting it, and so you're telling the opposite story. So if you were to have it right side up, like Rush does, that would be telling it the right way. Because Rush, the band Rush, if you look at their his 2112 album is a circle with a pentagram, but it's right side up. It's not upside down. So the Satanists are taking that and they're flipping it upside down and they put the Baphomet in it. And what's the symbology of that? Well, I think that the symbology is that you are usurping the one who created it with some fallen creature that you're now worshiping, who's now somehow over the what this is a representation of is all of time effectively. It's, I mean, 26,000 years that's a long time. It's more than all of our recorded human history that we have. I mean, Göbekli Tepe and those complexes that are around there are the oldest structures that we know of. And those only go back half that time.
Right. Like maybe 12,000
Yeah.
ish plus years. Yeah.
So this would be a way of representing that there is some other entity in charge of all things.
Right, to these people, right?
Yeah.
So again, it's I think is what we kind of talked about at the top, right? It's the usurping of the creation story, the Middle East, with the serpent is the creator god. It's the usurping of all of the pantheons, type of the Greeks, and it's putting, it's Baal putting himself at the top of the pantheon, right? It's
No, I forgot to tell you this because the Baal thing is a great reference because in every one of those stories, except for Michael and the dragon, you have the Baal, you have the India god, you have Thor, you have Zeus killing. I forget who he kills, but he kills a dragon as well. Every one of those is a storm god.
Yes.
And the lightning god. Every one of them. So why would that be? Okay, so somehow this storm god is, and we did a whole show on how I identify Satan with Baal, with Zeus, as they're the same entity. And so there's your connection then to what's going on, I think, with the Church of Satan putting the Baphomet in there, is that it's Lucifer who has somehow taken over and usurped, so was he given some sort of a role in the beginning of time over, like, we'll get into this too, our galaxy? Like he was supposed to be in charge of it or something? And then maybe he fell from that. He decided he wanted to take all glory to himself or whatever the case would be. Maybe. But whatever the case is, he's taking that worship that belongs to the one who created these things, and he's bringing it to himself.
Actually, through all the storm god stories, I think worth pointing out is each of those epics for those particular religions, for example, have the storm god overthrowing or slaying, either way,
the chaos monster.
With that, but also their father.
Their father too, yeah.
So you have this sort of wishful thinking on the behalf of the storm god of overthrowing their father, which is, I think, is very fascinating, right? In order to usurp that power.
If we do another show today, we'll get into that with the transfiguration, like directly into that. So
fantastic. All right, so where are we going? So this is already mega fascinating.
All right, so I think I want to do this. I want to take us back to the Serpent Mound stuff. Yeah. So Judd and I are nearing the completion of this book that we've been talking about with you for a couple of years. Yeah. So we're excited about that. It hasn't been published yet, and it won't be by the time this comes out. We're hoping later, maybe December of this year. Yeah. But it just depends on when we get the manuscript to them.
All right, if you haven't listened to the shows, we did an episode on the documentary that you did on Gilgal Raphaim.
That's right,
which is the Wheel of the Giants. You guys discovered a serpent mound in Israel. This is sort of the backstory for all that. And then you and Dr. Jed Burton, also a great friend of the show, frequent guest here, are writing a book on this ancient Wheel of Giants in the Holy Land that's also connected with the serpent mound. That's just sort of the requisite if you're joining us for the first time with Doug here. Go back and listen to his episodes number 1, but this is in reference to that book and also this story that we've covered on the show.
Yeah, so in some ways, what I'm doing today with Leviathan is kind of it's my latest thinkings of several of the shows that we've done in the past, actually. Okay. So the show on Satan, the show on the Serpent Mound, and probably some of the other ones as well.
Yeah, the Wandering Stars.
Yeah, like when you think about these things really deeply, and then you start trying to explore something like we have tried to do with this weird feature in Israel, you can't help but kind of bring these things together and go, I wonder if there's any significance to this. Yeah. So it would be helpful to just go back and talk for a minute about the Gilgal Raphaim and the Serpent Mound. So this is located in southern Bashan in Israel. in the middle of absolutely nowhere. And everybody knows about the Gilgal Rephaim. It means the wheel of the giants. It's a modern name. It's not something that we know was ancient, but they named it that because this is the territory that Og, that Moses killed, he was over that area. Yeah. Just right north of that wheel, just a tenth of a mile, there's this weird feature that I discovered on Google Earth back 15 years ago or something now, because I had read Mike Heiser talking about how Bashan means a serpent, and I had been listening to all of David Funn's videos on YouTube, where in what, some of those videos he was over on Google Earth looking at stuff in Peru and finding these weird things, and so I just went over to this part of the world, and I said, I wonder if you could find anything. And I mean, my mind, I instantly recognized this. I'm like, that's a serpent mount. And I called Judd up. I didn't know him from Adam, and we talked about it. And he goes, "Yeah, like, how have I never seen this before?" I'm like, "How's anybody ever seen this before?" Like, it's so obvious. You can make it. When we took that picture, that happened to be right at sunset on a beautiful sunny night, and so you can see the shadow of it. It's the perfect picture, so you can see the undulating and gyration of this serpent, and the wheel is literally just right off the screen to the right. You could drive a golf ball from the wheel over to the serpent mound. It's that close, and it also happens to be exactly on the exact 0-degree longitude of the top of Mount Hermon. Wow, which is, I don't know, 15, 20 miles straight to the north. So it's right on line with. It's dead on line. You couldn't find a place anywhere in the entire globe to be more perfect than where that is. Yeah.
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
So, really what our book is about is kind of a two-part book where we're trying to figure out what could be the significance. Could this even be a real thing? And then we kind of tell the story of the dragon from a biblical point of view. So what I want to do is help people just to see kind of maybe one chapter in that book as kind of a teaser for it, which is that you find this motif of a serpent mount. So serpent mounts are found all over. They're all over in North America. They're all over in Britain. And there were stories that there were serpent mounds in other parts of the world as well. And there was, when I started investigating those particular things, I found some 18th and 19th century writers that were talking about serpent temple complexes, but they described them in terms of acres. So they talked about dragons that were the size of acres. And I don't, call me crazy, but I would, if I was going to measure a dragon, I would do it in feet or yards or meters. I wouldn't do it in acres. Right. And so what these people suggested is that they're not actually describing animals; they're describing temples. Mm. And there was one that they called the Dragon of Damascus that was a 50-acre temple somewhere in Damascus that nobody's ever found a dragon or a temple. But the thought struck me, I'm like, well, I wonder how big the serpent mound is. And so you can go to Google Earth and you can actually do a dot-by-dot tracing of the thing and find out that it's 50 acres. Mm. And then you find out that Damascus is actually not just the name of a city, but it's the name of an entire region. And guess how far down that region extends? I'm guessing to the Serpent Mount. To the Serpent Mount. Yeah. And so I'm making the argument that they actually knew about this, and they actually had a name for it. So hopefully that's going to name the book is Dragon of Damascus.
I like that.
Okay, so back to what it could possibly symbolize. Now, you have to understand that these ancient complexes were aligned to heavenly things. So if you want to go to that Avebury picture, yeah. So this is actually Avebury Circle. Now, most people know about the kind of the ancient circle and the hill, the giant Silbury Hill, but they don't. What they don't know, because it's most of it's no longer there. The right part of the kind of the neck of the what looks like a serpent there that's still there. I forget what they call the walkway. And then there's a couple of two stones at the very end of the tail on the left side that are still there, but the rest of it's gone. But that thing actually made a giant serpent. And then the hill right below it, the Silbury Hill, if you put these layout with the Israel mound and wheel, and then that mound and I guess it's two mounds, but they're the same thing.
Wow.
And you don't just find it there; you find it over in Ohio. You find it in Seattle. You find this is a motif that's going all over the world. So, what?
Yeah, and the Avebury Dragon is in Wiltshire, England. Just for people they're on the watching here. This is
and very very ancient. We're talking 4,000 BC, 3,000 BC, something like that. So this is Stonehenge era stuff, which the same dating of Gilgal Raphaim. They date that 5 to 6,000 years ago.
What's happening with all this stuff? Yeah.
Okay, so what I want you to see in this picture is that when you look at above it, that's the constellation Draco.
Mm.
Well, what are we talking about in this episode? We're talking about the dragon.
Mm.
Okay, so Draco is the biggest constellation in the northern hemisphere, and it just so happens to be right next to the North Pole. So if you were to take there's a picture that I have where kind of all the stars are going around in a circle. You know that song that Journey sings of the wheel in the sky?
Yeah.
Keeps on spinning. Right? So if you take a time-lapse picture of the North Star over the course of the night, that's what you get. And that's the wheel in the sky. And so you see that the North Star doesn't move, and so over the course of the night, it doesn't blur out. All the rest of the stars blur out because they're moving across the night sky. And so it creates this wheel. Now, if you can imagine that the North Star is on a pole, it's on a post, and everything is spinning around it like a merry-go-round, okay, or a top or something like that. Now you understand, you're starting to get the idea of what Leviathan is doing in this more esoteric way of thinking about it as the tail eater. Okay, so Draco, because it's right on the edge of the North Star, it becomes the constellation that the ancient rabbis said moved the heavens.
Energizer's 3-in-1 Child Shield is the world's first coin lithium battery that has 3 different safety features.
So it's overseeing the entire, the night sky, it's overseeing the solar year, and it's overseeing the great year. And so this becomes a metaphor of a dragon that is it's turning all of time.
How does it work in the Southern Hemisphere? Does it?
It doesn't work in this way.
It only works in North.
Yeah,
Southern Cross.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't even know. I can't remember what the Southern Pole Star is. I don't think that there really is.
Sorry to our Aussie friends.
But yeah, too bad for them.
Yeah.
You got to come up north to see it.
I think one of the things that this might be it's kind of hard to put into words, but over the years you kind of realize like modern people think that people who rebelled, ancient people who rebelled, didn't really have. They just opposed God. That's all they did.
Right.
So they just lived in sin and rebellion.
But they're just pure evil.
They're just pure evil. But what we uncover is there's actually a religion where they put the serpent on top and they worship him and they build stuff to him and they think he is God.
Yes.
And we uncover these clues. I mean, we're in Peru on our own trip, doing Blue Trip. There's serpents all over these ancient, Southern India, megaliths
everywhere.
And so, everywhere. Yeah. At the top of all the pantheon of gods is the serpent, basically. And no matter what God you're worshiping, ultimately on Earth,
you're worshiping this. So then a lot of these discoveries make more sense. The symbolism makes more sense.
Exactly.
So we have to sort of understand that it's two empires competing.
Yes. And there's layers to how this is working. So you've got it on a literal level, maybe of an animal.
Yeah.
You've got it on a metaphorical level. You've got it on the level of an angelic being. You've got it on the level of what I call the heaven-earth mirror, the way that God literally created the physical universe and Earth's place in it. All of these are doing the same thing. They're teaching the same thing. And so, yeah, as a Christian, what I'm arguing is that the serpent worship, there's a reasons why they did this.
Yeah.
You know, every culture knew that that northern constellation as the dragon. So, and it's embedded into the architecture of these sites. That's why that Avebury complex is patterned after Draco constellation. So what I'm arguing is that the Serpent Mound complex in Israel is doing the exact same thing, but it's doing it at a very different part of the world. It's doing it directly south of Mount Hermon, in the weirdest, most supernaturally charged place on planet Earth.
Yeah.
So now, what that means for what I think is going on there. Now, there's one more piece to this, okay? Before I can say that, which is that if you go back to that Isaiah passage, you find that it talks about. I'll read it again. It says, "In that day, the Lord with his hard and great and strong sword." So that's kind of Michael language.
Right.
Will punish Leviathan. Now listen, Leviathan the fleeing serpent and Leviathan the twisting serpent. Now this isn't explicit in the text, but I can tell you that there were rabbis who said that there are two Leviathans in that passage, not one. One is Leviathan the twisting, or Leviathan the circular. The other is Leviathan the fleeing, or Leviathan, they called him the straight. Now, here's where that gets related to what we're talking about. So remember I said that if you imagine the North Pole being on a pole, on a pole itself, everything is going around it, that becomes Leviathan the straight. Leviathan the crooked, or Leviathan the circular, is the Ouroboros. Now, if you, there's two more pictures I really want to show. One is the map, the old map of the ancient world. Okay, so this is a map, I think, from, who's that from? Homer. Is it Homer? Yeah, BC 1000. That's right. Okay, so this is basically his world. Okay, and they would all depict this. So that stuff in the middle is the Mediterranean Sea. So basically, you're getting a representation of Europe and then Turkey, Israel, and Africa, the north of Africa, and then Mediterranean goes around. But what you need to see is what's on the outside of it. They called it Oceanus, but it's actually depicted in ancient maps as Ouroboros. So chaos. So yeah, because what lies and this works on multiple levels too. Like what lies beyond what's the known world? Chaos.
Right.
And they represented it as Oceanus, so he becomes this god of chaos, but he's depicted as a river, a cosmic river that goes around the earth. You know, this is where I think flat Earth guys, they kind of don't understand what's actually going on symbolically. They're not saying that that's all there is of the Earth. They're saying that what's beyond it is chaos, and that there's a god over it called Oceanus, and that it's represented by an ever-flowing circle of a serpent eating its tail.
It's very interesting.
Now, there's one other part of this, which is that has a heavenly counterpart in the Milky Way galaxy.
Let's go.
Okay, so the Milky Way galaxy falls. You know, when you look up in the sky, and most of us can't see it anymore because there's so much light pollution. But you can see that there's a really bright part of the galaxy, and that bright part of the galaxy has been known since. I mean, you can go back as far in time in any culture you want. They all say the same thing. It's the tail eater. It's Ouroboros because it looks like a serpent eating its tail.
In the sky.
In the sky.
Yeah.
So the Milky Way then becomes this kind of symbol in a similar way to what Draco is a symbol of as the Earth revolves around. The Milky Way is a symbol of the same thing, Ouroboros, that is somehow the chaos beyond Earth that encircles the Earth. You always see
the Milky Way in pictures. Obviously, you can't. It's a perspectival thing, right? Yeah. You can't draw the Milky Way as out there, but it's always pictured as enveloping the Earth as a circle. And so then they draw that literally as a fish eating its own tail, or a dragon eating its own tail, serpent eating its own tail, because they're the same thing. One's an earthly picture, the other one's a heavenly picture, and the two are mirroring one another because they're tethered together by this invisible pole at the North Star that's overseen by the constellation Draco. And so, as in heaven, so on earth. Those two things are supposed to be working in harmony together as the whole cycle of time goes around.
And that's a lot of what you hear from Crowleyism and some of these occult things is like as above below, et cetera. Right? This flipping of, that's what they say, right?
Yeah, so people know that phrase in a place they don't recognize it. Most people will identify it as some sort of a pagan idea. I think the Emerald Tablets of Thoth talk about that.
Billy Carson fabrication.
Yeah, exactly.
Fabrication of Billy Carson.
But the fact of the matter is, Jesus taught us that too. He said we're supposed to pray as in heaven, so on earth.
Right.
Or as in heaven, so on earth. Thy will be done.
Yeah. On earth as it is in heaven.
Whose will? The Father's will. Not the devil's will.
Right. But the perversion of that, of course, we talk about the inversion of the pentagram, the inversion of the creation story, the inversion of the gospel, which we see in Revelation with the Antichrist, is all the flipping of that, right? It's all of it's the kingdom, or they say the empire of darkness, just taking the story and turning it upside down.
Well, I don't think we think that the ancients had a system. I think we just thought it was all this chaos. It was just this chaotic ancient world, and there was only, this small group of people that were actually worshiping the true God. But I think that there was an organized religion that was just as deep, and I think it goes back to the serpent. I think the idea, Doug, do you believe that they thought the serpent was trying to free us?
Probably.
And we worship the serpent because the serpent's the good guy.
Right. That's exactly it. I mean, that's the way the story in the Bible is told from the very beginning.
Yeah.
He sets him out. He doesn't set himself up as a bad guy.
Yeah.
He sets himself up as the one who's going to free you.
Yeah. The irony, too, is that a lot of times like the contemporary ideas around certain effigies is that it just represents wisdom, which is very interesting, too, because the biblical narrative would say that wisdom that's offered by the serpent is actually foolishness, right? It's the...
Yeah, they were supposed. The true wisdom would be to eat from the tree of life.
Correct.
And they refused to do that. They ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, which is the tree of the law, effectively.
Right.
And they made a judicial decision to go against what God's word was. And they actually did become like gods. That was the ironic thing about it. So the gods are the ones who are supposed to make judicial decisions over God's creation and to govern it properly by obeying him. And in telling them to disobey God, they actually made a decision. There's just a wrong one.
The Elohim does in Deuteronomy 32, right? They are given governance over the nations and they are corrupted.
Yeah.
So, what about the physical part of this story? I know we're talking about kind of bigger, like connections to the Earth, the circumference, and the wobble, and all the things. But we do know that like creation was corrupted, and we do know there were chimerical creatures that seem to represent a lot of these gods and a lot of these fallen entities. Could the dragon have been some ancient chimera that existed at a point, and it was directly connected to?
I love that thought.
Well, same thing with like the bull, right? It's a golden calf. The bull is as we talked about with Derek Gilbert, and we probably with you as well. When you at the base of Sinai, the golden calf is actually not a great translation. It's actually a bull, which is meant to represent El, right? the god of the Canaanites, right? Before he's deposed by Baal, which we sort of just already touched on. But you have these animals that then are sort of co-opted by or representative of a lower G god.
Plenty of ancient evidence to suggest that these dragons were mixed up with dinosaurs and rebranded.
Have you heard this idea that a dinosaur? Well, I'm sure you've heard this. That a dinosaur, at least modern people think today that they were kind of reptilian and avian. They're like half bird, half reptile. So, just if that's true, take that as a presupposition. Then go to your Old Testament and think about what that would be, biblically speaking. And what it would be is an unclean thing.
Right.
Because it's a mixing of kinds.
It's a mixture.
And so that's a Genesis 6 thing. And I actually think that you're exactly right about what, at the very least, a dinosaur represents, if not it actually being a literal chimera that was created by whatever, and that it actually became then a personification of all these other things in the physical realm.
Yeah, because and we know, like, there was a story of flying serpents, and Moses dealt with them.
Yeah.
But they're not around anymore.
Yeah.
Or at least,
I think Herodotus actually talks about those flying serpents, that he had heard about them in Egypt or whatever as well. So it's not just the Bible that talks about that. That's wild.
but people will there's modern stories of people seeing these things flying around still. Like, they come out at night, they have bioluminescence, they're flying around these villages, and like, we asked a guy that was a missionary in Papua New Guinea about that. But I've heard those stories, and there's lots of ancient History Channel shows where they go to these places, and they still see these flying serpent-like dragon things, But from our perspective, you look at the wild stuff in the mud fossil world, which a lot of people like will see these mud fossils, these ancient dragons, and there's that one that's really compelling, Doug, and it's massive. It's this cave, and it looks like an eyeball.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it looks
You're
like
talking about the serpent cave in Asia, right? Like it looks like a snake head. You're talking about that one?
Yeah, there's that one, but this one is a massive.
Yeah,
it's like two guys in front of this. Perfectly, it looks like a petrified eyeball.
Yeah,
and people say it's the
you can
eye of
go
the dragon.
inside of this thing.
Yeah, I think it's called the Eye of the Dragon or something.
It might be in Spain or something like that. I think I've seen the video for this thing.
Maybe Dan could pull it
That
up.
was like a lesser known Survivor song.
It's massive, right? So if this thing was an actual creature,
yeah, it's absolutely.
It would be like Smaug, but even bigger from The Hobbit. But there it is. So some people think this is the actual fossilized dragon eye, and they call it the dragon eye. What do you know? Which could be some sort of. I tend to think that these creatures could have been created with water tech, and then possessed of some kind, and so then they become more than just a symbol. They were actually a thing at one point. That's the more bizarre physical side of these things.
Yes.
Because I think that we have, modern stories of the natives saw these creatures for a long time. They knew it was part of it, and then all of a sudden we're like, oh yeah, they do exist. They do exist. So I don't know. What is the connection there? Do you think they were cooking up some of their own mascots? Luke likes sports. What's your favorite mascot, Luke?
Is it the Dragons, Luke? Do you like the Dragons? Is your
That's
favorite?
a hard one. Probably the Fighting Irish, being Irish myself. I'm not a big Notre Dame
The Seattle
fan.
Kraken.
Kraken's a good one, actually. There's the Yetis. We have to kind of go with the home team, Nate.
But you have these mascots. I think that, and then they could worship them, sort of corrupted all kinds of parts of creation. I just trying to figure out how your brain works in those spaces.
Yeah, so the main thing to me to think about that I wanted to add to the Leviathan part is that it's both heaven and earth. It's both visible and invisible, and that those are connected to each other, and that's the way that the universe was designed by God.
Yeah,
and so whether you're dealing on any of those kind of 4 or 5 levels of what Leviathan is, they're all related to each other. Symbolically, they're just saying the exact same thing.
Here is everything I found at Ashley's biggest sale of the year. Hot buys start at just $1.99. I found this bed and this sofa and this dining table and saved literally hundreds. Shop Ashley's Black Friday event now.
like a generic question, but is the dragon and the serpent the same
That's what in Revelation.
in the ancient eyes?
Yeah, I mean, so I think it's kind of a yes and no.
Yeah. Because if you see it, like ancient depictions of like a dragon flying through the sky,
Right,
it
right,
kind of looks like a snake
right.
slithering. Like, let's go back to our never-ending story. Let's watch
Yeah, so whether
the dragon.
whether you're dealing with a dragon myth or you're dealing with a serpent worship, where it's an Indian rock carving picture, petroglyph or whatever, and it's just a snake. Same, it's still the same symbolism.
Yeah, I mean, in Chinese culture, obviously the dragon is massive, and you see those kites, they fly, and they look like snakes in the air, and you wonder if the serpent and the dragon in the ancient eyes was the same creature.
I mean, I think that's kind of what John is trying to get us to see. And that it's not just that they're the same creature, but that there's some sort of supernatural evil that's attached to the meaning of it.
One thing that's interesting too is that, like, when you go back to Job 40 and 41, the idea of behemoth is in this verse is fascinating. It's that, look at behemoth which I made along with you, right? So it almost sounds like this is a creation of God. The behemoth is, right. So whatever that ends up being based upon the description is what it is. But then that's not what it says about Leviathan.
It doesn't say that. No, it's not.
God's word here is not that I created Leviathan in the same way I created you. It's like it just is talking about this beast that can swords and harpoons and clubs, and these things do nothing. It stirs up the deep. It has,
and it always has to be defeated.
Yeah,
it's always bringing chaos. It's always being sliced up by God whenever he's mentioned. And I don't think Behemoth is that way. I think Behemoth only really appears in that verse.
But I think it's interesting, right? Is that to this conversation, like we have God in Job 40 saying, "I created this behemoth alongside of you," and there's none of that exists in the Leviathan description. Which, take it however you want it. Is it the dragon of old? Yes. Is it also could it potentially be some chimerical or something like the giants that was a hybridization of angel DNA or the mixture, as you said? I think all those things remain on the table because I think it's pretty evident that God doesn't say the same thing about this creature. He talks about the sort of the massiveness, the scariness, the pieces of this beast that are magnificent and scary, but it doesn't say I made that out as well. It seems to be a different creature.
Yeah, that's
interesting.
Because God certainly made Lucifer.
Yeah.
But is that thing that represents him? Yeah, I don't know.
Because I think sometimes we create narratives and we strive for connection to God because there is this separation between heaven and earth. And so we don't get to walk in the garden with God anymore. Yeah. And to Satan seems to be, is his desire to be worshipped the same in the same fashion, you think?
Well, I don't think it was created in him.
Yeah.
I tend to think that the Isaiah 14 and Ezekiel 28 passages that are about this, they seem to be this going back to Eden. And I'm of the view that it's actually talking about this creature.
Mm.
So I do think, like, ancient Jews believe that the fall of Satan took place in the garden when God made Adam and Eve, and he became jealous of what God gave to us that he didn't give to him.
Mm.
But I'm open to the possibility that that's just kind of like one fall of him, and that maybe he had some sort of other fall that was before that. I mean, you're dealing with a creature who knows when God created him. I have absolutely no idea. How old is he?
Right.
And what was he doing? If God created him good, there had to have been some point in time, maybe a long time, where he was doing what he's supposed to do.
Well, that was the serpent of old. The idea is that it's at least implied or implicit that there's this ancient thing. Right. And we talked about this too, Doug, with like Timothy Alvarino, for example, about sort of this idea of prehistory. Like, was there this war that we're born into? Does it predate us? It seems like that.
Right.
That's the idea of creation and the Hebrew used around the earth being formless and without void. Sort of in this, you can interpret this to be that it was destroyed or under destruction, and there's this battle that predates all of that, which I think is all interesting things to think about. Now,
that's kind of where I'm at. I think it's possible, but I'm not going to die on that hill.
Issue. We had this earlier when we were at breakfast, but it's like, it does provide a lot of context when you realize that, like,
At some point in time, if the Isaiah thing is really talking about this creature, it doesn't have man in there, other than it says that he desires to set himself above the stars of God. So it's kind of like they're the only ones there,
to the Elohim. Yeah.
and he's trying to usurp them all and become top dog. So then he's brought low, which is what happens in Eden. He's brought low.
I mean, regardless of how you think about it, I just think that it's fascinating. They're all building the same structures with the same symbolism all over the world.
Like, that's mind blowing to me.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
Yeah.
Unless it's coordinated.
Yes.
Or it comes from the same root. Either way.
Yeah. Like everyone's sort of screwed up creation story goes back to their serpent.
And it's always going back to the serpent.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what the Bible does too. It always goes back to the serpent.
And that's what Leviathan does, which is interesting, is that, like, it's pretty specific in Job there that, like, that swords, harpoons, spears, clubs don't work. It's like so the work of man can't defeat this.
Yeah.
Right? And then you go jump ahead to Revelation 9 and 20, and we see that who can defeat.
Well, even in Job, that's kind of the point, like, because that's the ultimate thing that God created. And so the only one who is over Leviathan is God himself.
Right.
Right. And so then you have that prophecy in Isaiah that somehow the Lord with his strong sword is going to defeat Leviathan.
Yes.
And then you have Michael and the dragon coming into that as the ultimate telling of that story, that it's not Thor and it's not Zeus and it's not Baal.
Right.
Probably all the same entity. I don't know. It's because that's the ironic thing about it, right? If let that sink in for a minute. If the storm god is Satan, which we've made that argument,
Right.
and he's defeating Leviathan, like, that's a picture of him. What's he defeating himself?
Right.
Is he trying to become that thing which he defeated? Like, that, it's so weird to just wrap your mind around it. And the biblical story of that is that no, it's always the Lord who's the uncreated one, who's the only one who's over Leviathan. He's the only one that can tame the thing. He's the only one that can destroy the thing. Whether he's represented, sometimes Leviathan is actually represented as Pharaoh. A couple of the Psalms are talking about that. It seems to me very explicitly. He's mentioned in Job, which I think predates the Exodus.
Yeah.
But the Psalm doesn't. And the whole context of that is the Exodus. So even there, whether you're a human king who's acting like Leviathan, God's the only one who's going to defeat him.
I think what's interesting, the Michael thing too, is that we did an episode with you on Melchizedek, and it connected.
Yeah,
I said it right now. I know, which connected him to Angel of the Lord to Michael, and then if we have Michael defeating the dragon, then we can draw at least a conclusion, if we like, that perhaps that is also Jesus. I think that's the argument we or
exactly that's the logical statement, and it's also the only thing that the Bible tells us about who can defeat it.
This might be like way too wild, but so I mean, if the chaos dragon's hanging in the waters, right? God creates human beings, knowing that humans will ultimately destroy the dragon. So is there a point? Because we always wonder, why are we here? What are we doing? What's the point of humanity? But it's like we are the sort of the hobbit that's going to see, oh, there's a hole in Smog's armor, and it's going to be that this specific creature that's going to be created and can see. So maybe even with could that have been a motivation of why Satan came to the garden? Because he knew humanity's going to kill me.
I mean, that was the promise. I don't know if he knew that promise ahead of time or not, right? But that was the promise. That the woman's seed would crush his head.
Yeah. And
everything cascades out of that.
Like everything. The whole Bible is a commentary on Genesis 1-3.
Yeah. Humanity kills the dragon through Jesus,
right?
Who is a son of man.
Exactly.
And so it's this weird thing, but in this story, it involves sort of the most unlikely of creature to actually take down the dragon would be a human being.
I love that, man. I mean, that's got to be exactly what Tolkien's got in his mind when he's writing that story.
What I love about this too, Doug, is it reminds me of, in some ways, of like how Jesus speaks in parables, right? You have within the sort of very practical reading of the scriptures, there's so much nuanced meaning that the deeper you want to go, whether it be the prodigal son, whether it be Yeah, the tares, whatever it is Jesus is speaking about. We also see these things in the Old Testament, these stories that are multi-layered, multi-meaning. And Scripture has, you can talk about perhaps it being a physical creature, perhaps that's that, but also at the same time, we've just laid out a case for it being the dragon, Satan, the serpent, and all those the things. Cosmos, the stars, the way that the earth has been created, and to have seasons, and the brilliance of the Word of God is not that is not lost on me. That, like, within the pages of this Bible, 66 books, multitude of different authors, a coherent story, you said, from Genesis 3 on, of God having a family and then getting his family back, right? That was the easiest way to describe it. That within that, we can unwrap some of these mysteries, as it says in the Word, is the glory of God to conceal a thing, and the glory of kings to seek it out, right? And I love that, because I think that's what makes the Word of God living and true, is you can revisit these stories, revisit the words of Jesus, and there's more meaning within these things. There's deeper meanings, like an onion. You can peel it back and be like, this also applies to this. The prodigal son applies to me. The prodigal son applies to humanity. And you go, this is just it's brilliance. And I think that's the way that God likes to communicate. Is these stories within stories that reveal more and more about not only our human history, but who He is. Most importantly, I find it so much more interesting than just saying, "Oh, well, Leviathan is a dragon," or "No, it's not." Yeah, 100%.
We're gonna have some fun. We get what we can now and take the rest later. We play the long game.
This gonna be a war like we never seen before.
Bet against me. Ain't nothing we can't handle. To let the best man win.
Won't stop me now.
Feeling healthy by leaps and bounds. Making a dinner that makes their full day. And giving your best friend the best nutrients for their best life. Science did that.
Well, and I think too, it's like a lot of existential questions people have, like, why would God create humanity and leave this doorway for us to be corrupted? And like maybe part of the corruption was the ultimate goal to just destroy the dragon ultimately, And in the end, there was always sort of this: I'm going to lure you in, bait you, but your own, temptation is going to be your end. And I think that
Was a design of free will, right? But God knew this was going to happen. But ultimately, love requires choosing and free will. And so, for us to love God as His children, and the same thing I believe with the angels. I think there's free will there. Obviously, they rebelled. They got to choose. And I think God knew that was going to happen. But within the brilliance of that, He takes that aspect of following the way of the rebellion, which is the other side of free will, from choosing to love Him, and He uses that unto His glory and to the end to bring us all back. That's the hope of our salvation, right? I mean, I think it's beautiful.
And we say, our DNA wars are happening. And I think that clearly there was some sort of rebellion before we got here. And then a big part of the goal was to breed us out, DNA change, get humanity at its core is the problem. We need to get rid of these things. And I think that you can kind of see this enveloped in this all throughout the stories, that there's so much more going on before and after. And but I think that modern Christians we have a hard time at giving any kind of power to another deity or lesser deity. We don't factor that into the story, so a lot of these things just are confusing. Why are the ancients building serpent mounds and making these crazy pyramids and things? Like, they must have been deceived. It's like, well, they probably knew more than we do about the cosmos, about the sort of spiritual language and the spiritual laws and things, and can learn something from them too.
Yeah, I think that their deception, it works on a much more complicated level.
Yeah.
It's a lot like the temptation with Eve. I don't think it's as simple as what we want to make it to be.
Right.
That temptation was incredibly cunning, and we don't give Satan credit for how cunning it was. And I think the same thing here. So they think by looking at the stars, which are always the same,
Yeah.
and then by going to making a temple complex that's somehow patterned after the order of creation, and then putting the symbol of the serpent in there, that they're actually worshiping order instead of chaos. And that's the subversion of the scripture, is that it's telling you that Satan, who is offering you all these incredible things, the temptations that he offered to Jesus, right?
Yeah.
Those are real temptations that Jesus had to have felt, or else they would be meaningless.
Right. Sure.
And what seems like good and order and wonderful is, at the end of the day, chaotic. And man, I just find there's no end in my mind to the fact that the Greeks is kind of come full Ouroboros on us, that their God, the ultimate God, is chaos.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a crazy thing. And to me, it reminds me a lot of like the secular counterpart that we've been living with for the past 300 years with the Big Bang. What is that? That's just chaos, and that's the ultimate order. That somehow chaos brings order out of nothing it's an absurd idea.
Yeah.
And biblically speaking, I think the Bible is trying to point us to that these things that entice you, the things that are driving our world completely insane, morally speaking, at every possible level, politically speaking, and all of our institutions, they're just disintegrating before our eyes. We think that that's order, but it's not. It's chaotic.
Yeah.
And it's at the end of the day that means that what's going on is the worship of the dragon.
Yeah.
Some people just don't get it. That Squarespace isn't just for websites. You can get a domain from Squarespace too. It's kind of like how your parents don't get how you make a living off your art, but you do. And with a domain like existentialglitter.com and a website from Squarespace, you can build a brand for yourself, grow your client list, and continue to confuse your parents all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
So one of my last questions, Doug, then, I mean, I think the temptation of Christ is very unique, and that it's a very snapshot of like, Satan trying to lure Jesus away from his father and actually, trying to build even a bigger army down here. Satan seems to be limited down here of what he can and can't do, right? Like if humans have sort of divine access to this world, this realm, it seems like, Satan is all pride, and we know that he is. Why isn't he walking around right now? And is he using some of these creatures to kind of gain access to certain parts of our world that he can't get to? And ultimately, Satan's going to need a human to take control of the whole world. He still needs a human being to do, just like Jesus became human.
Kind of the Antichrist.
Yes, the Antichrist is like the dragon can't just come out of the mountain and reign over the world yet. It's sort of limited to maybe he's prisoned in the waters. Is there some sort of connection of like he's here, but he can't go everywhere?
Right. There's no doubt. I mean, I've argued before that he's bound until he's released.
Yeah.
And that binding it.
Makes some sense of some of these wild stories where he's projecting into Judas. And
it's probably all
into
kinds of ways that he's doing it. Yeah.
Serpents. I mean, and it's like this strange kind of mixture of all the things we talk about, where it's sort of physical, but it's not physical, but it's kind of spiritual, but not really. But it seems as though he's going to need a human being to fully take over. And I think that if you look at this ancient serpent worship, that's what he wants, ultimately. He wants to be God. He thinks he's better than God. And I think that the ancients had this idea that he was, and that's why they were building.
And just like we build these monumental, incredible churches, they were making their ancient churches. And
that's exactly what they were.
Yeah.
To the serpent. They were serpent complexes.
So what's your final thoughts on Leviathan? Any final thoughts, Doug? About the snake.
that he's chaos.
It's chaos.
That's the number one thing. But that chaos isn't just a metaphor, but that it's working on a physical level. It's working on a spiritual level. It's working on an interdimensional level. It's working on a level of heaven and earth being connected. It's working on a astronomical level. And so Leviathan is not just this, it's not just a creature, it's actually a whole bunch of creatures that are working in tandem in fallen ways. And that ultimately speaking, the only hope that you have over the chaos monster is you're either going to worship it or you're going to worship the one who defeats it. And the only one who has the power to defeat the Leviathan is Michael, is Christ himself. And in fact, he has defeated him at the cross. He has no legal authority over anyone anymore. And that's the good news. And someday he's coming again soon to judge the living and the dead. And people better be ready for it because he's the King of Kings. And if he can defeat the Leviathan, he has all power over all things. But, you know, the way he defeated him is what's so cool is that he defeats him at the cross. He doesn't defeat him by, you know, shooting an arrow through his heart. He defeats him by dying himself on the cross so that we can have forgiveness for the fact that we might worship the serpent.
So he slays the beast of pride
Through ultimate humility. Instead of sacrificing the devil, it's a self-sacrifice.
Yes.
It's the opposite of what we think warfare is.
It's humiliating. That's in the most humiliating way.
Yeah.
In the opposite of pride. Christ drives in a humiliating, humble, like horrific way, which was reserved for the worst of the worst, and he uses that to defeat the agent of pride, which is incredible. It's funny. I was thinking about this. It's like Jurassic Park, right? Chaos theory. We're talking about chaos theory. Dr. Ian Malcolm, right?
Yeah.
So God creates dinosaurs. God destroys dinosaurs. God creates man. Man destroys God. Man creates dinosaurs.
One A Day Women's multivitamins are formulated to support women's overall health, so you never miss a beat. Another email, no big deal. A quick workout? Yes, strength starts from within. Then it's apron on. You're making dinner with your little sous chef. You show up, and One A Day is here to support overall health, including immunity and energy. Shop today. One A Day, the one for you.
That's exactly it, man.
1993. Well, thanks, Doug. This is I love doing these things. So good to have you in person. And tell our listeners where they can also about your podcast. You've got 2 podcasts where they can find what you're working on. I'll let you talk about them. I know what they are.
Yeah, Giant Steps is kind of on hiatus.
Okay.
It has been for 6 months.
I have a shirt. I still wear the shirt.
I know. We've been super busy. Rudy just moved. We are going to pick it up again for like season 2 at some point in time.
Yeah.
The other podcast I'm doing is called The Reformed Fringe. We recently rebranded that with a pastor here in town in Spring Hill, John Moffat.
Yeah.
And we've been doing that for, I suppose, 14 months or something.
Okay.
And that's going well. We actually started a platform for kind of people that have been listening to you guys, but are also kind of more in my space, the reform world. Like there's no place that people can go that, you know, it's especially a pastoral concern of ours because we have people that are in our churches that they feel like they can't talk to anybody about this stuff. And so we've created a space called the Reform Fringe. It's reformfringe.com that people can come and be around people that are thinking a lot of the same things, but are kind of doing it from a reform-friendly perspective.
But that's how I think you're always a unicorn, Doug. Why I love you.
I am. I am. It's a very unicorn.
Yeah, because we in the reform space, but you are real. But you're real. Yes, I mean, you've written an amazing book about giants. If you haven't picked up Doug's book on giants, pick it up. You talk about the supernatural things. So you are, I think, a beacon in that place of Christendom because you're very much open to the supernatural things in a space where that's hard for a lot of folks in our form.
It is. It's very hard. It's very hard for people to get, and we get a lot of flack for what we do, but I don't care at this point in time.
I love it, Doug. Thank you. Thanks, Doug.
And I think, for our show, or the history of our show, it helps people kind of understand these stories, especially ones they've read in Genesis, where it's like, okay, Why do they use the analogy of striking the heel? That sounds like an actual snake.
A snake.
Right? But we're still afraid of those things to this day. But also the snake can be connected to these other things, and there's also this whole other spiritual world that can kind of you can read a story in Genesis with three different glasses, and sometimes you can put them into like 3D vision, right, and actually see it and make more sense, which is very 80s. And how we like to do it here is sort of 3D vision.
So you put on your snake glasses.
Yeah. Still a little blurry, but it's it's giving you some depth, more depth of that. The 3D glasses really.
You know, if you had glasses that had like a serpent on the side piece and then kind of serpent over, and you had one of those things that hang in the back there,
Yeah.
it would be it would be like Ouroboros. All right, we'll get to
If serpent sunglasses comes out, you admitted that, not us. But thanks, Doug. Thanks for coming on. Thanks for having these conversations.
And if you're listening, you can see Doug at Blurry Con 3. Doug will be here back here in Franklin, Tennessee with us.
That's right. Still got a few tickets.
Thanks, you guys, so much for what you're doing in the space that you're at. And God's, talked with Luke a little bit earlier, just the place that God has put you in. It's very unique. It's challenging, I know. And as you guys grow, it's more challenging. Just encourage you to, stay faithful. And I believe that you will, which is why I put, as much as I can behind what you guys are doing next time. And I appreciate what you're doing immensely.
Thank you.
So
we have to sign the Blurry Studio, sign the wall, and we'll see you in the fall.
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
There are people that I have sat down with, I kid you not, they are not in the original body they were born in.
People who are not even their original body. What's the legality happening in the spirit? How do you resolve that?
She described all kinds of things from, like, even the mermaids, when they got higher level and more power in that kingdom, they got a different kind of tail, and they went from the mermaid tail to the octopus body. When you see a person posing as a prophet, but they're using third eye, these are the people that are going to see everyone's sin. She's like, so both my parents are clones in front of 60 people. 15 seconds, I'm talking to salad. And then, the face changes and contorts, and the eyes roll back and they come back. And I'm talking to Jessica. I was watching physical restructuring of bones in the face with some of the switches in real time. I was like, where is the original body? Gentlemen, Antarctica.
Of course. Everyone wants to get to high places, but if you want to go high, you first have to go deep. What's up, crew? We are back with Jake the Great. Jake the Great, Supe. Dude, I was about to say, you have rebranded me so quick. You did a really good job. So well done. I know I'm a branding person. Well done. We're back with somebody exceptional. His name is Dan Duvall. The fastest and deep in history you've ever had a guest back on the show. We only had like 1,000 people try to threaten us if they never watch another show if they didn't see you again. So we had to. Wow. It was, dude, people were like, you kept talking about how you didn't have time to stop doing that. I was like, sorry, it's not my full time thing, guys. I had to do stuff. Yeah. But here you are. And did you miss your flight this time or was it on time? Did they pull it for you? I'm gonna tell you something. Last time was your fault. Hey, bro. You never all traumatized for our flights. I take full responsibility. Tell them what happened, man. I missed my flight. And my wife always checked me in via her app. Oh. But she was not with me to check me in her app. And so I did not check myself in on the app. And I got there and I realized that they had like moved back. I thought I could just walk on the plane. They're like, no, you didn't check in. And I'm like, the flight's not taking off for another 40 minutes. Said no. Like, what? And I got shut down right there. I'm like, it's taking me longer to argue with you than it would take me to get through security. You should have done a deliverance for that gay agent right then and there. The gate agents. Yeah. You said gate agent. Yeah. 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 Drop them in a vat of living water, see how they like it. Actually, probably a good idea. It probably would have worked. I took a vat of living water afterwards. Cleanse off all the frustration and bitterness in my own heart. And then I had to wake up at 3:30 in the morning and fly out that same day. But it was good, I think. Yeah. Yeah. God still used the podcast and he used it. He's using it. Yeah. The amount. I would think you probably have seen some of the comments. You just scroll through them. It was a lot. In fact, I'm very impressed. And I have to say to you guys, you guys do an outstanding job with this podcast. Thank you. The thumbnails are top notch. Everybody look at Jake right now. Okay. Receive, like you're the host of the show. Receive, thank you, the encouragement. And I also have to give your audience a compliment, because I did go through some of the comments. And what I saw there was an extraordinary amount of comprehension. Yeah. And really folks that are very dialed in. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how so many dialed in folks found you guys, but I'm very impressed by that. I'm very impressed by your audience. And, I came in with that first podcast like, I don't know, is your audience really ready? And I'd say that 90% worked. And so, here we are, and we're going to have a lot of fun. Dude, just the fact that it got published means it was a good episode. Because we delete a lot of deep end episodes behind the scenes. Some people don't know that. It's true. Yeah, and we get a lot of haters too. But you can't force somebody to want help. That's the unfortunate part. It never works. Can't force them to want it. But the people who want it are here. Yep. So speaking of that, can I just take us into something I'm curious about? For people, how would you intro Dan for people who have never heard him in 30 seconds? Oof. Some people, this is their first time seeing Dan. They've never seen him before. They have no idea who he is. You're right. I didn't do an intro, did I? It's okay. Sorry, man. It's okay. Dan Duvall is the founder of Bride Ministries. He is a deliverance expert. Don't you have a couple degrees? What's your main? You studied microbiology? I did. Studied microbiology. You have written books that have changed the way that I pray. Wow. The Prayers That Shake Heaven and Earth, which is still sold out on Amazon, much to the frustration of the audience. Gotta get that fixed. But you're someone who God has trained how to do deliverance. And you can always tell. You can sort of tell that somebody has been trained by a man versus somebody who's been trained by God. Some of the things you say don't make any sense until you unpack them. In fact, my wife was even saying this, like, Holy Spirit told her to do something one time with a traumatic event that had to do with water. And then she listened to your episode. She's like, this is the first time I've ever heard somebody say, like, I take this, dump it into a container of living water. So it's God saying the same thing to different people, but some people he's given a lot to. And I think it's because of your calling. You're kind of, you seem to be one of those, like, some people have like this last ditch anointing, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is it. If people have tried everything else, well, that's what I said. You know what? Yeah. I'm just gonna go straight to.
You've done it, but why? The volcano is almost dormant again. Almost. Just as I suspected. Dr. Einstein's brain furnace is responsible for yet another close call for backwards. Something else, you see. I'm afraid you'll need to go into the crater to be certain that you make the foot. We don't want those sneaky specters eating things up again. On it. Looks totally fried to me, but you can see for yourself, Cersei, being my restaurant game. Wait, there's something. There's something like frozen inside swine. Something that looks kind of looks like, but it can't be, can it? It can. It is. Good idea. Take it easy, kid. Yeah, should trust that. What? Must not let this prehistoric club swinger up the world is. Okay, Susie, I'll try. You did it. Just use your tongue. Wow, this is spiral. Wow, sounds even sounds close to me. Come on, time to with a little help from Grinder and the helicopter. Will fly back to laboratory. Instead, of course, the plans of a primordial cave orb got out. Some not so caring scientists were most likely to put the poor prehistoric fellow under a microscope for the rest of his new life. Oh, thanks to you, it's a splitting brain fine. So we doubled the plans by one, two, three. We must be certain that this prehistoric treasure does not fall into the wrong hands. Treasure? Wrong hands? That old don't just sit by side. Waiting for the guy stinks if he hasn't had a bath in like 2 million years. That might be the most disgusting thing I've ever seen happen to you. Okay, naughty. Dog walk. If you mean when can you have your tongue back, I'm hoping Buzzbits will be able to communicate with the cave lads since monster is most likely an early derivative of the prehistoric folk language. Of course, I also speak it, but not nearly as well as Fuzzbits. Get on tongue tied now, our young guest understands we really are. Me spiral. You.
Is this the original body? They're like, no. I'm like, well, that's probably part of the problem of why we can't get a grasp on anything. This person had been to many deliverance ministers, many ministries. Nothing would help them. Hit the wall and everything. And I was like, where is the original body? They're like, Antarctica. Of course. You know, that particular case was many years ago, and I wasn't fully successful in helping that individual. You know, I did a few sessions with them, and you know, there were certain things I asked them to do, certain things I asked them not to do. They didn't listen to any of it, frankly. And I just said, look, if we're not committed, then I can't continue to just meet with you. So that went its own direction. But that was one of my exposures to, like, if this person is not lying or their parts are not lying to me, I'm actually talking to a body that's not original. Now, if you listen to, there's a guy out there, I actually interviewed this gentleman on my own program. His name's Tony Rodrigues. And he wrote a book called Series Colony Cavaliers. Sweet guy. And, you know, one of his things was he was explaining the 20 and backs. And when he was talking about the 20 and backs, and so I'm borrowing on his information a little bit, but people can look him up. You know, he basically said as a child, they took him for 20 years on a secret space program thing. It wasn't all secret space program. He spent some time in South America, this and that. And at the end of the 20 years, the contract was up. They put him back, the time shot him back into his body as a child, and then he relived those years. And there wasn't a like awakening until after that 20 years had passed. And then suddenly, like later on in his life, he got this massive download of all these memories of everything that happened on what he called the 20 and back. And so if you work through his story, one of the things that he explains is his physical body was still living life that 20 years, but the consciousness, and it was alien grays that were involved in this, they pulled it out of him and put it in a clone body that went through some MK Ultra type stuff, and then got put on missions, and then was recruited and went to Mars, and eventually Ceres Colony, which is a Nazi colony off planet. Okay, so if any person had met him in South America, they would have met his human consciousness in a clone body, while his physical body was also physically growing up in his hometown. And that got me thinking, wait a minute. He's essentially explaining exactly what I'm running into, because they didn't destroy his physical body or put it on ice in Antarctica, but this is what I ran into with this other person. And then I started working with other people, and I would find that sometimes what I was meeting was their consciousness in clone bodies, whereas the original body was somewhere. I was actually meeting their clones. But the consciousness that's in those bodies is humanity. It's actually the soul. And this is the premise for a lot of these newer projects. Like, they are splitting the soul and doing consciousness transfers into other bodies, but not all of those bodies would look human. So sometimes people are meeting what they think are entities. There's human souls inside of these bodies. Those bodies were built. So they're not like genuine reptilians or genuine alien grays. So this further complicates the whole alien conversation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you realize that some of those things are actually your clients. I had another gentleman, so I'm weaving a tapestry together. His name is Benjamin Brody, and he was on my podcast. And he talked about, so he was part of a bloodline, and one of the agreements on the bloodline was that so many people would be autistic, and then they would be involved in certain operations in the spirit world. And he had a counterpart body that was reptilian that he did missions in on, I believe it was Mars. And so he had memories of that, reported that on my podcast. He talked about it. And so with the human clones, though, when people are in that state, maybe it is part of a 20 back, maybe it is part of some other kind of thing, but somehow they end up sitting in front of me in that condition. Now we run into weird legalities in the spirit. Like, well, this physical body isn't property of this person. It's property of the Chinese government or the US government or this or that. And so they don't have authority to make agreements or to get deliverance or to get this nanotech out of the body or whatever kind of deliverance we're trying to do, because we put it there and it's our property. So what we essentially have to do is to get the soul in the body to make a claim on that body on the basis of their case of injustice, that they are going to take ownership of that body as theirs. And we're able to process that through. Now, I have some fancier language in the actual prayer to address like some nuance, but essentially once that is done, then we can begin administrating on that clone body, essentially the deliverance on the soul. And it works. It's as weird as that sounds. And for some people, and this is the worst part, I remember another client I had. Another client that I had, she was part of Project Montauk, and she actually told me about the furnaces they had under Project Montauk in New York, because once they started doing the cloning and the transference activity, they were taking people, putting them in new bodies, and then burning the original so they could never go back.
What?
That was towards the end. Now, Montauk is shut down. It doesn't run anymore. It's, now it's just a park on top of a sealed off vault. I've been there. But yeah, this stuff goes deep. Where were we? Were we working our way into the Marine Kingdom?
We are. I'm just going to pause and make sure Jake is good. One main question that I have is, you're good, Lindsay. You mentioned Mars multiple times now, just out of pure curiosity, and I'm sure the audience is wondering this too, is like, why does the devil or the kingdom of darkness, why do they care at all about any other planet other than Earth? What significance? I know Orion is mentioned in Job, it's mentioned in different parts of the Bible, but like, why is the kingdom of darkness interested in other planets besides Earth? What do they have to gain?
Sometimes
sometimes life can be a little messy. But with next-gen Nuvella Performance Fabric at Ashley, we've got your whole home covered. So you can get back to what you love, messes and all.
There's a ancient history. So one of the things that is very clear to me is that, and this goes with the whole pre-Adamic conversation, right? My basic view is that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and there is a gap. A whole lot of things happen. I believe that includes Lucifer being thrown out of heaven, smashing the earth, being turned into ashes upon the earth, Ezekiel 28:18, and then the earth was formless and void, and God begins a renewal process. If that is the view that we take, which I'm not going to legislate at this moment, then we find Adam in the garden not at the beginning of the story. That's actually the middle of the story. And if Adam becomes the middle of the story, what you realize is Adam comes behind a lot of cosmic history connected to this universe that God is using man to make corrections on. So the whole creation groans, awaiting the manifestation of the sons of God, according to Romans chapter 8. Jesus is reconciling all things, whether in heaven or on earth, through the blood of his cross, according to Colossians chapter 1. But Adam was placed on the earth. And one of the interesting things, and this comes back to the whole conversation on waters and creation, in the book of Genesis 1:1, it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. And in that first clause of the Bible, Bereshit bara Elohim, in the beginning, God created, Shemayim eretz, heaven and earth, you see two what are called Aleph Tavs. Aleph Tav is basically an untranslated Hebrew word. But when you get into the New Testament, you get the key that Jesus says, I am the Alpha and the Omega. Well, what is Alpha and Omega? It's the first and last letters of the alphabet, which is Aleph Tav. So in the Hebrew, the counterpart of the Greek, Aleph Tav is Jesus. So every time you see an Aleph Tav, you see some kind of administration of Jesus. And so Jesus is from the beginning of the Old Testament to the end of the Old Testament. And you will also see certain letters either before or after the Aleph Tav that give indication on the nature of the work of Jesus, because in Hebrew, it is a massive algorithm. Every letter has both numerical value and definitional meaning. So in that first clause, you have, in the beginning, God created Aleph Tav heavens. So basically, you're looking at, in the beginning, God, through Jesus, created the heavens. And there's a second Aleph Tav between Shemayim and Eretz. So through Jesus, God created the earth. But the second Aleph Tav has a Vav on it. It actually is Vav Aleph Tav, which means that if you really understand what you're looking at, in the beginning, God created through Jesus the heavens and created and nailed the heavens to the earth. Because Vav means nail.
Hey, we'll get back to the show in just 1 second, but I gotta let you know something really cool. On December 10th in New York City, we are doing our second Deep End event with Apostle Issy and Dan Duval, who you're watching right now. And by the way, just so you know, the episode gets crazier. It's awesome. Enjoy. Hope you're loving it so far. But we're going to be in New York City. It's going to be a blast. Plan to be there all day if you're coming. There's a link on the screen, TaylorRayWelch.com/NYC if you are listening. And then there's also a QR code on the screen as well if you're watching on your TV. So anyways, I'm going to let you all get back to the episode. So excited to see you guys here. And the last event sold out in 70 minutes. So we'll see what happens with this one. But excited to see you guys there.
So what that means is the destiny of the whole heavens is anchored to the destiny of the earth. And then what does God do? He pulls man out of the dust of the earth, which means that he anchors the destiny of the earth to man. And then what does God do? He sends Jesus Christ as a man, which anchors the destiny of man to Jesus. And then what does God do? He nails Jesus to the cross, which anchors the destiny of man, and therefore the earth, and therefore the heavens, to the cross.
Dang.
So everything gets resolved at the cross in heaven and earth. Now, the cosmic history of our universe is held in the balance of the finished work of Jesus Christ. And there is a lot of cosmic history that predates Adam in the garden. And a lot of it happened on some of these other planets and other star systems. Orion, Pleiades, the Delta system, Venus, Mars, Saturn. In fact, I have found...
Take us, bro. You're on a roll right now.
Am I?
I'm just there.
I feel like
we're never this quiet. So, yes.
I mean, all right. I was really worried that I would come on this podcast and like regret the whole thing afterwards. Like, how did I say that?
What?
But okay, so just go.
The first episode for Dan was a test to see if he could do this one. Oh, I see. He's like, I purposely.
I get your audience's feedback first. All right, so now we're really
they're good. They love it.
So I have found more humanity in the rings of Saturn than you can imagine. It's like, I mean, every time I turn around, it's like, all right, well, where's the spiritual prison? Rings of Saturn. Where's it locked up? Rings of Saturn. I mean, we have pulled so many soul parts and human spirit fragments. And when I say human spirit fragments, Psalm 51:17, for the sacrifices of God are a broken spirit and a broken and contrite heart. You know, it's like, but not only does the soul fragment, the spirit fragments. And some of those spirit fragments are locked up in the rings of Saturn. And some of that, I mean, I literally ran into this just this week. Some of that is pre-Adamic bondage on the human spirit, which gets into what we were talking about the first time I came on. You know, I talked about, you know, the pre-Adamic experience of my own spirit and all this stuff and how it mattered to Jesus. Every soul mattered. And he's like, no, we're going to finish this in a different age. And that really rocked me on this side because now I'm learning the heart of God. But if we back out of that like love story and we just look at the implications of that, the truth is there's been a lot of trauma associated with God's creation that has gone on for a very, very long time. And the heavens hold the record of that, literally. Now, when we begin to look at something like, and I'm going to just pick on Venus, and then I'm going to come back to Mars. Venus is such an interesting subject because Venus is the morning star. But Venus is also an evening star. It actually holds both roles. And from culture to culture, I mean, I'm talking the Mayans to like Babylon to the Sumerians. Like everybody has their whole shtick about Venus. And with that said, even in the Christian belief system, Hallel, when he is revealed in Isaiah 14, is called the morning star. Venus. So not only is Hallel associated with Venus, you know who else is associated with Venus?
Who?
Aphrodite, the queen of heaven, Isis, Semiramis, like which is like pretty much the same goddess revealed in multiple, you know, Aphrodite becomes Venus in the Roman pantheon. Like Venus is both Lucifer and the queen of heaven. Like it represents both, but Lucifer is the morning star and the queen of heaven is the evening star. Now, it's the same planet. One of the interesting things that you find is that the Babylonian mystery religion, it really seems to be centered on two major symbols, the obelisk and the dome. And you see it all over the place, including in the Vatican, including in Washington, D.C. You have the obelisk, right? Washington Monument and the dome, right? It's like, but you see this, and it has extraordinary magical significance. The reality is the mystery religion seems to have every association to the planet Venus. And the Venus is the 8-pointed star. Have you ever seen an 8-pointed star? That is an association to Venus. And this star goes back thousands of years. And the funny thing is, no one can figure out how these ancient people who were using Venus 8-pointed star could have known that Venus is the 8th planet into this solar system from the outside coming in, beginning at Pluto. How would they know that? You couldn't see Pluto from the Earth in these ancient times, but somehow they had this knowledge of Venus that is very ancient. Then you have, when you back into Mars, Cydonia, you have the face on Mars, which looks like the half man, half lion, which we see in our Sphinx. Like, what is that connection? And there's a lot more, because now when I talk to some of my clients, we know for a fact that they have been doing operations on Mars for a very long time. There are corporations on Mars, there are bases on Mars, there are military operations on Mars, there are many different entity groups on Mars. And one of the interesting things that comes out, and I'm not sure 100% if this is true or not, it's certainly not biblical history, now I'm just talking, but stories, right? It seems like there was an ancient race known as Martians that went through some kind of extinction level event in an ancient history context. And now what's going on Mars doesn't necessarily involve that group per se, but the remnants of that group and its DNA are certainly found. And we have gotten people delivered of Martian DNA for sure on this side. Now, I'll pause there. And
we haven't talked about Cydonia really yet, so that's, people will have to, maybe we'll do a third episode. Is this linked to, when you're talking about people on Mars and DNA, is astral projection a part of this? Like, are there missions via astral projection? Because we know the government's using that a lot. Or is this something different?
Astral projection is definitely part of it. Now, there's different layers on that conversation, because the average person could not astral project to Mars without some kind of significant iniquity and trauma and all kinds of other stuff going on. I mean, the average person like me, if I was going to try to learn astral projection, I'd probably be pretty excited to get about as high as 20 feet above your house. Like, oh, okay. I can go maybe down the street after some practice. The astral projection has to be powered up with quite a bit of iniquity if you're going to have a person that actually astral projects to other planets. And I have clients that can do that or have done that for sure. However, what typically happens would be more like remote viewing. If you have a person doing some kind of occult practice to look at a location in some other place, they call it remote viewing. Yeah. And
which also can go timelines as well. So you can go remote viewing backwards.
Yes. And then you have the soul trade, where you just shatter the soul, pull the consciousness out of the body, put it on some kind of trade route, put it through a portal, put it in some kind of way to that location, and then have it there. And one of the ways to do that is to transfer it into, like what I was describing earlier, a clone body, and put the clone body on a craft and send it to Mars in 15 minutes or whatever that time of travel is for that trip.
Depends on where the planet is. Okay. Got it. Okay. All I wanted to say, I want to make sure this is accurate, because for a lot of people, including me, I know I'm not the only person at this point who's listening to this going like, what the heck? And I also recognize there was probably a point for you when you heard this for the first time and you were like, nah.
Yes.
Like, in 60 seconds, what got you to bridge that gap of like, this is so nuts, there's probably a demon just throwing me on a rabbit trail, doesn't want me to catch him. It's really simple. And then you were like, wait, this is legit. What bridged that gap between this is nuts, you're insane, to I actually believe this, and now I actually legitimately help people work through this, because you're one of the only people in the world that I know of that does this. What bridged that gap? The heart of God.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
Because as fantastic as everything that I'm saying sounds to the person that is breaking out of a false reality overlay, there are people that Jesus loves that are held in bondage because of their exposure to this reality that can only get set free by the Spirit of truth, which requires them to confront the problems that they're facing through the lens of this reality. And they have an advocate that's been called to walk alongside of them. And primarily, that advocate is Jesus, but he has found a yes man in me. And I said, you know what, Jesus? If believing this and addressing these problems through this lens is what it takes to get your children set free, I will do it. I will believe it. I will go there. And the fruit that has followed is deliverance, healing, breakthrough. Even when under other ministry approaches, perspectives, and paradigms, with a faith based in Jesus, there was no progress or breakthrough. With this perspective, there is. And so what I tell people is the Holy Spirit never heals based on a lie. So when the Holy Ghost is healing and delivering people, and it is on the basis of a paradigm that is being embraced, you can pretty much guarantee that is the paradigm of truth, regardless of how far outside of the false reality overlay those data points sit. And so that's how I got there. It was literally, what does it take to deprogram people that come out of the deepest, darkest places in the name of Jesus?
That's beautiful. That's a really, really, really good. That's really good. All right, let me put an endpoint on this. Just so people know, the humans have been trying to do remote viewing for a long time. 1984, 1970s, Stargate project. I think I'm just putting a little bit of like backing behind what you're saying. Declassified CIA documents, Ingo Swann, the Moon and the Mars, the secret space programs. So people can go look this up, and a lot of it's declassified now. So you can literally see them. Like, and in fact, I've got a really close friend who's like probably getting a little too close to like this remote viewing thing. And so I'm just like, I'm like, I don't want to touch it, but it's a real thing. People are doing it, and they're starting to teach other people how to do it outside of the scope of the government. So it's going to be interesting to watch. With that, can I take us down a different rabbit hole? It connects a little bit, but the third eye. There's a lot of people that seem to be confused, and what's confusing is like, oh yeah, we did talk about that in the first one. We did, but we need to probably tighten it up a little bit, because there are Christians who are like, the third eye is a gift from God, blah, 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 blah. Like, The pineal, I think it's the pineal gland is what they call it, right? It's like literally a part in your brain. I think
the third eye is like on your forehead, but it activates through the pineal gland, I think. So there's also questions around people saying like, how do I open up how am I opening myself up to be trafficked? Like, how is this happening with my soul? Is the third eye something that people are using offensively that's opening up to other things? Like, does it expose your body? Like, let's put it down. Like, what's the real problem with the third eye and how do we close that? Do we just pray to close it? And what about Christians who are like, no, it's a gift from God, we should use it?
Don't settle for less. Enjoy a worry-free holiday with Rayovac. Get more savings and power more.
Looking for the best deals on tires? Virginia Tire and Auto offers unbeatable prices every day with discounts of up to $100 off a set of 4 tires. Visit us at one of our 15 locations or at vatire.com/tires to shop. Virginia Tire and Auto, for all your car needs.
So the most straightforward way to close a third eye is to confess that it is open, that it has been used for ungodly purposes, and then to repent for that and then renounce it. Literally, 1, 2, 3, confess that it is true, repent, then renounce it, and surrender it. Then I would bind and cast out any demons that have been working in and around a person's environment because their third eye was open and active. And at that point, unless there's something very special going on, that's usually all it takes to close the third eye, that process.
So only humans have this third eye, like the demonic are using it because they're getting access to stuff?
Now, so the way that I, explained it last time, I believe that a lot of the gates, including the third eye, but also like the different chakras, and even the points on the Kabbalah tree and how that interfaces with the human body, those are like energy convergence points that can, through initiations and occult practices, be opened up. And I would call them, in that context, they're being usurped and hijacked or misappropriated as gates. And they're not legitimate gates. And so what trades in and out of those gates is not Holy Spirit. It's other spirits. And so specific to the third eye, yes, it is the pineal gland. Yes, it often manifests in the forehead. However, sometimes the third eye can manifest in other locations relative to the head. It's not always the middle. Sometimes it can be on the side, in the back. Like the third eye can appear in different places if you'd like can see it and look at it. It's like, oh no, so this person has it over here. But essentially, it's used to be able to see into the astral plane with clarity. Not because of the discernment of spirits that's legitimately flowing from Holy Spirit, but through a usurpation and misappropriation of human design. So you're using a gate now that should not be used for that purpose. It's kind of like, eating your peas with a steak knife. It's like, can it be done? Yeah, but you might slice your tongue in the process. Like it's not, you don't use a steak knife to eat peas, you use a fork. So it's misappropriating something that, is there. There is a pineal gland, and humans are designed to operate on both sides of the veil, but the way you do it matters.
Right.
And that's the big thing with the third eye. It's just not the way that God wants us dealing with things. And so because it's illegitimate, because it's a usurpation, the kind of traffic that comes in through a third eye it's going to be a lot of the demonic. Like, could a person see an angel and some angelic activity with the third eye open? Maybe to a degree, but there's going to be a big focus on the demonic realm and the lower regions of the second heaven. They're going to see a lot of that world. You know, when you see a prophet, you know, a person posing as a prophet, but they're using third eye. These are the people that are going to see everyone's sin. Like they're just going to prophesy your sin and your issue to make you feel guilty and manipulate you into all kinds of things, because that's what they see. They don't see the heart of God for your life. They don't see the heavenly scroll. They're looking at a lower realm, but they are seeing it. And so you could see the mark of manipulation on counterfeit prophetic ministries, because they're using the third eye, which is a counterfeit gate to process supernatural knowledge.
Dang.
Okay.
Dang.
All right. Well, that rules out like a bunch of ministries.
This is a loaded episode.
Let's not go there, yeah.
This is a loaded episode. Okay, got it. So repent or confess, repent, and renounce. Similar to how you would kind of deal with an altar as well. But it sounds like the third eye is almost being accessed by the spirit realm as an altar. They can come in and leave at will.